Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. My name is Bulcsú Hunyadi from Political Capital, which is a think tank based here in Budapest, Hungary. And this conference is organized within the project called CHAD, within a consortium, which is consisted of Peter Namenza, which is the leader of the consortium, Haver Foundation, and Budapest Pride and Political Capital. And this conference is taking place within the framework of this conference. So very warm welcome to all of you who came today to listen to our great speakers and great panelists. We very much hope that you will enjoy the discussions and also that you will participate in the discussion. After each panel discussion, at the end of each panel discussion, you will have the opportunity to ask questions or to provide your comments. We will, of course, ask you, the moderators of the panels will kindly ask you to give only short inputs and ask your questions in order to leave room also for other guests to contribute. But we look very much forward to your engagement, to your contribution, and there will be also 2 breaks, a lunch break and a coffee break, where we very much hope to continue the discussion that we will begin within the panels and the keynote speeches. You know, hate speech is, of course, a very complex issue. We would not dare to say that we will cover all the aspects, but we very much try to cover as much as we can within the day conference. So we will have 4 main topics on our agenda. The first one will be the social environment, social circumstances related to hate speech. The second one will be the media. We will also discuss the regulatory framework connected to hate speech. And of course, at the end, last but not least, definitely the question of artificial intelligence and the question of how artificial intelligence and the development of artificial intelligence relates to hate speech and how it will affect the development of hate speech in our societies. I don't think that I should very much emphasize the importance of hate speech. I think you're all aware of the key issues or key challenges that we face, not only in Hungary, of course, but also across Europe and in other societies in the world. So I will skip that and leave room for our keynote speakers and panelists to elaborate more on that. This conference is also a continuation of our discussions that we have started within our working group within this project. We also facilitate a working group, an international working group, discussing different aspects of hate speech. And this working group is going on, I think, for almost 2 years. And also we did a conference, a Hungarian conference, a domestic conference in September last year. Also, we think that this conference is kind of a continuation of these discussions that we started within the frameworks of these activities. And at last, again, I would like to thank our project partners, Peter Namenza, Haver Foundation, and Budapest Pride, and especially I would like to thank our colleagues, or my colleagues, especially Vera Zonták, who was the main organizer of the conference, but also supported by Zsuzsi Kellen, who is at the back of the room. They work both at Political Capital. So welcome again, everyone, and I wish you interesting and enlightening discussions. And I give the floor to Erzsébet, Szalayné, Sándor, who is I'm sorry, I have to read it because it's a very long title, Deputy Commissioner for Fundamental Rights and Ombudsman for the Rights of National Minorities in Hungary. And her welcoming address will be followed by Anna Daróczi's welcoming address, who is representing Peter Namenza. Thank you.
I need some help. Thank you. Yeah, well, that's always the first step, somehow to have the possibility to speak and to reach to the, well, this microphone. Well, dear Bulcsú, dear organizers, dear experts and participants, I'm delighted that a few months after the highly successful conference Hate Speech in Hungary, which was unanimously welcomed by the professional community, we can meet again and share our professional experiences, now with a broader focus and with the involvement of the international professional community. Unfortunately, as it is clear for all of us, the subject remains topical. As a minority ombudsperson, I have witnessed the worsening of social problems in many areas in the last few years. The increase in housing and education segregation cases, the changing nature of welfare complaints, and the intensification of personal and intergroup conflicts are a burden for me and for the country as well, but above all, for the affected persons. Between 2020 and 2023, I investigated nearly 1,400 complaints, of which only 68 were specifically related to hate speech or hate crime against a national minority community or a member of it. This represents nearly 5% of the total caseload, which seems to be negligible. However, 9 key technical papers, general comments, have been produced on these cases, in which I have spent a total of nearly 300 pages trying to convince legislators and the law applying bodies to move towards a more effective and people-oriented system and instruments. The professional papers deal with both the deteriorating quality of public discourse that fuels prejudice, racist and anti-Semitic hate speech online and offline, the use of banned authoritarian symbols, and the vandalization of community-affiliated memorials and monuments. And unfortunately, the topic has not lost its relevance today. 2 new documents, one on demonstrations by extremist groups with fear-mongering aims or results, and one about current trends in hate crime, are being drafted and will be published soon in the coming period by my secretariat and by myself. My experience of these investigations clearly confirms decades of professional evidence on hate speech and hate crime, which I am sure we will hear a lot more about today. I'd like to highlight just 3 aspects that I believe are fundamental in addressing this phenomena. Ideally, in a cooperative, cohesive society without crisis, ideally, the management of this phenomena is an issue of social psychology and thus a function of the long-term shaping of the educational, social, and cultural environment. As, if you allow me to quote Nelson Mandela, he's writing in his book entitled Long Walk to Freedom, I quote, "No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. People must learn to hate. And if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite." End of quotation. This is why I think education and training aimed at reducing stereotypes, prejudices, and intergroup conflicts, including human rights education integrated into the curriculum, education for tolerance, consciously shaping the attitudes of the future generation, and the appreciation of teachers, artists, and NGOs who shape attitudes are nowadays a basic requirement, or they shall be, should be. Which one of both? I constantly stress the need for legislators and the law-applying bodies to show exemplary commitment and consistency in their actions and to combat any behavior that works against social peace and cooperation. Hundreds of cases send me the message that where there is good professionalism, where there are real workshops, where there is room for training and further training, where there is confrontation with mistakes, and where there is adequate management support even in difficult situations, infringements of the law almost disappear. Good public administration and the protection of fundamental rights go hand in hand. In this context, the responsibility of public actors is very high, as they can contribute to reinforcing existing processes in any direction, and by their personal examples and statements, they can contribute to raising the level of public discourse, but also to reinforcing negative trends. In addition to the above, the importance of resilient, regenerative local communities cannot be overemphasized in the field of social conflict prevention. normative conflict management, and incident detection. The role of a network of social contacts within easy reach, creating a safe environment, is gradually increasing, and the understanding of the social context and the strengthening of social cohesion rather than using legal or administrative means are becoming more and more important. The development of local communities and their capacity for renewal will probably and hopefully go beyond the effects of the current crisis and even beyond the fight against hate speech itself. I am convinced that these processes cannot be achieved without the active and committed NGOs you represent, most of you represent on the ground, as well as the local communities and the churches, oh yes, the churches that are increasingly present in the educational and social field. Alongside correct and timely professional decisions, it is therefore essential to maintain a continuous dialogue within and between professional communities. I hope that today's occasion will contribute to a smooth but resolute cooperation that will lead to more effective and people-centered legal protection for all, also when it comes to hate speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of the speakers, the keynote speakers, the participants, and the audience online and offline of this international conference on behalf of Pirena Mensa, Roma Youth Organization, and on behalf of the project consortium. We have seen our communities experience hurt, fear, and outrage when confronted with the hateful comments and aggressive texts on the diverse channels of social media and online. We have experienced it for years. The feeling of helplessness and not knowing what to do, and the will to change drove us, mainstream Roma, Jewish, LGBTQ, and migrant communities and organizations to join forces and explore ways to find solutions and to tackle online hate. In the framework of this project called CHAD, which stands for Combating Online Hate Speech Against Diversity, we have used tools of artificial intelligence to monitor online hate speech and analyze the narratives. With the Haver Jewish Informal Educational Foundation, we have organized trainings for civil society, for media workers, and for decision makers on how to avoid and how to tackle online hate speech. With Budapest Pride, we created and circulated counter-narratives through online campaigns, festivals, and local actions. And with Political Capital, we brought together a pool of Hungarian and international excellent experts in order to formulate recommendations. Recommendations to all of us, civil society, educators, media workers, academics, and of course, decision makers. Because hate speech affects all of us, not only vulnerable communities, it doesn't stop at state borders and is getting worse by the day, and with the growing polarization of our societies. We must join forces, we must team up, learn from each other, share experiences, expertise, and ideas. And I hope that this is exactly what we are doing today. So let me thank all the experts, public officials, the audience for joining our quest of finding solutions and formulating responses and combating online hate speech against diversity. And let me just wish all of us a fruitful and very exciting day ahead. Thank you.
now I would like to ask our first keynote speaker, Tamás Berec, to come and take the floor. He will speak about hate speech in European societies to, provide kind of an introduction to our topic and to our first panel discussion. Tamás is the general manager of the International Network Against Cyber Hate. And just two technical notes. There is actually I'm telling it, I know, too late, but there is a cloakroom at the entrance of the building. So you can, in the break, you can then bring your coats to the cloakroom in order not to occupy too many seats and room in this room. And the other note, which I hope doesn't come too late, there is the women's toilet on the for me on the right, for you on the left, and there's the men's toilet on that side of the room. Tamás, please. The floor is yours.
Be van kapcsolva? Be van kapcsolva. Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. It's great opening this conference. It's my first keynote speech ever, so it's also a first for me, even though I've been participating in conferences for a while now. So it's great being here, and I guess I will try to kind of summarize what I've seen in this field since I started working at the International Network Against Cyber Hate, which has been a long time ago now, 8 years. So we have been, working tirelessly against hate speech and hate in general, especially online, since 2002, and I've been involved with that since 2016. Talking about hate speech is a little bit difficult, I think, in general. In our experience, even when it comes to experts, who are involved in the field and who have been working within the field, there can be major disagreements about what hate speech is, how to tackle it, what to do about it. And when it comes to the nitty-gritty of hate speech and especially the gray zones of hate speech, it's often very, very hard to agree on a definition of what we are even talking about when we talk about the general part of hate speech, and even when we talk about the different types of hate speech, racism, anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim sentiment. It's often very, very hard to pinpoint what exactly we are trying to tackle, we are trying to combat. One of our biggest, issues that we are usually facing, especially when we are trying to raise awareness, reach out to the general public who are not stakeholders or experts, is that we cannot start the conversation about hate speech, from a point where everybody agrees what it is, or even if it exists in general. Often people mix it up with bullying, with cyber stalking, and with multiple other issues, and the kind of the notion that sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me is definitely something that we receive many times on our online posts when we try to publish our studies and just generally try to awareness raise. That's one thing that generally comes up. The other thing that comes up very often is obviously the issue of censorship and the issue of free speech, which is obviously very important. And we at INAH believe that free speech is extremely important and it needs to be protected. But we also know that hate speech has a major chilling effect on the participation of minority communities in political speech, especially online, but in general too. So we feel that tackling hate speech is a must for everybody to be able to participate in our public sphere that's changed quite a bit in the past 15 to 20 years with the emergence of social media and other online platforms. First, I would like to go through the global changes and the drivers and events that we think have been shaping the field of hate speech lately. When I started at ENAC, we were pretty much in the middle of the refugee crisis of 2015, and everything within hate speech was about that. Anti-Muslim sentiment was at a high, and there was something completely new, or somewhat new in many countries, which was just anti-refugee or anti-migrant sentiment in general, no matter where they were kind of coming from. Even though at that time, obviously, most of the refugees were coming from the Middle East or other Muslim countries. This is still reverberating. I mean, there are still massive social tensions in countries where most of these refugees found a new home: Germany, France, and other Western European countries. And of course, some Eastern European countries, I think that was a point where a huge divergence happened between East and West to a certain extent again, where Eastern European countries were way more likely not to let refugees in. Then this was kind of substantiated by the attacks by ISIS that happened in France and in Belgium back in 2015 and 2016, which, those ones happened a bit more than a decade after the Al-Qaeda attacks in Europe. And that obviously reignited anti-Muslim sentiment to a very high level, and also reignited fears about rising Islamism within Europe. And then with this, we arrived at the COVID pandemic, which obviously was a massive, massive change in hate speech. And I think just globally, it was such a global trauma that affected really everybody in the world that had been unseen since maybe the collapse of the Soviet Union or the Second World War. Practically, people's lives were changed. Economically, people were destroyed. People lost their footing, and obviously, a lot of anti-Asian hate speech started. But also different and very new trends started emerging within Europe and globally related to this that I will mention later. And just as we were kind of coming out of the COVID pandemic, trying to forget it, the war in Ukraine started again, so to speak, because obviously it was going on since 2014, but it was elevated to a brand new level. It reignited kind of this Cold War-like state between the NATO and Russia, and also caused another big wave of Ukrainian refugees coming into the EU. Then we arrive to the Hamas terrorist attacks in Israel, and now the war in Gaza. So since last October, we have seen a massive, massive rise in anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hate all over Europe and all over the US, which, just came onto all of the aforementioned issues that I've been talking about. And in the meantime, in the background, it is very, very clear that political speech has changed quite a bit in the last 20 to 30 years. The political spectrum have been slowly shifting towards the right, in some places towards the far right. Centrist, leftist parties have been struggling to gain traction in most of Europe. Central right parties are finding themselves in a situation where they try to kind of compete with far right parties. And obviously this means that they start using tools that would have been unimaginable or unthinkable, a couple of decades ago, depicting certain, vulnerable communities as existential threats to our culture, our survival, our countries, our security, have become pretty much commonplace, almost on a daily basis. Othering is also something that has been very, very strongly a part of political speech lately. And, there are some groups that are highly targeted by these types of hate speech. The LGBTQ plus community, the Roma community, especially in Eastern Europe, refugees in general, Muslim communities all around Europe, are very, not just often, but constantly targeted by these politicians, basically to gain, voters and gain political clout. And all this is happening, in the last 15 years, where social media has become so prevalent that basically we cannot even imagine our public sphere without it anymore. And this has caused, obviously, a lot of changes, and not just the fact that people and malicious actors can spread hate basically globally practically for free in seconds, basically. But it also created, very, very strong opinion bubbles and echo chambers that people kind of, get stuck in, and they don't even realize that, some people or many people don't really think like them, or that there are other truths or realities out there that might be, just as valid as theirs. It also eroded political debate to a very high degree, because people have this gap between each other where they talk to each other through monitors and keyboards, and they just don't see the other person very often, as a human being. And also, a lot of disinformation and misinformation and conspiracy theories, spread like wildfires using these tools. And there is also a radicalization effect of algorithms online, where we are fed basically the content that we kind of look for at a constant pace, which means that there is a massive push from algorithms that now we are trying to obviously tackle with the DSA in the EU, and looking at algorithms and trying to be more transparent about what they do. But we can very often see this trend where somebody is interested in a certain political issue or a certain event that's going on, and the algorithm keeps feeding them more and more extreme opinions about these topics until they get practically radicalized. Then, in the last 1 or 2 years, this was even topped by the emerging highly efficient AI tools. And this brings in a whole new level of issues into the field, where ChatGPT, deepfakes, bot networks, are there online everywhere, basically. And even though I think deepfakes are still very new and they are not as widely used, but they definitely will be. And these sadly all kind of point towards a future where information can be distributed in a way where people just don't really know what's real anymore online, because even videos, even voice recordings, you cannot know anymore whether the person who's speaking is really the person, really they said that, what they are saying in the video. So complete alternative realities can be created with these tools, which is extremely dangerous to democratic societies and political systems. So these trends and drivers obviously caused great changes in Europe and globally in hate speech. Especially the COVID pandemic. Since the pandemic, we started focusing more on conspiracy theories and disinformation, because we found that the COVID pandemic was an extremely good driver, in kind of getting people, afraid and into a state where they became highly susceptible to different conspiracies and different types of hate speech. So, they were, skeptical about how governments handle the pandemic, about the lockdowns, about the vaccines. And when they started looking into these online, they became slowly, radicalized, and these anti-vaxxer conspiracy theories that have been there or had been there for years and years, vaccines causing autism and so on and so forth. These turned into extremely anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, or conspiracy theories that we are all being chipped by big pharma for total control, and obviously many minority groups, especially the Jewish community, were dragged into this. Now, obviously, people, malicious actors, use these tools to basically gain power and also to gain money. So what really the other thing I think that's really important and interesting to see, that hate is a massive business. Basically, people earn a lot of money with spreading hate. I think less in Europe, but in the US, definitely people have become millionaires by spewing absolute nonsense, basically playing on people's fears and using conspiracy theories and hate speech to do that. So since this is a big business, people will always keep doing it. And that is why it really needs to be targeted, because these conspiracy theories and hate in general have a very big eroding effect on societies. Not just people or persons, use these tools, but obviously there are hate sites, that diverge from mainstream social media, 4chan, 8chan, Gab. There are many, and new ones are popping up basically by the day as mainstream social media is getting better at moderating their platforms. These sites are really an extremely fertile ground, especially for young white men to be radicalized. They usually depict, hate or other related topics, as funny or cool. They kind of spread this hate through memes and jokes and shitposting, so-called shitposting. And many teenage boys get sucked into this world and without even realizing, becoming highly radicalized. Also, this means that hate has become extremely globalized. So what we see is that back, 10, 15 years ago, there were obviously some forums like Stormfront that had been, have been going on for years and years and years, but was never very well known necessarily or very widely used, because it was very dogmatic, very neo-Nazi. But really, these sites spread these conspiracy theories, and through these conspiracy theories, hate, globally in basically seconds, and managed to kind of, sow the seeds of these conspiracies everywhere, such as QAnon, the Great Replacement Theory, anti-vax theories, flat Earth, and everything. And many of these kind of act as springboards for people to get into even more racist, even more anti-Semitic, even more hateful conspiracies, that from there, can devolve into actual violence very, very often. Now, why it is important to take note of that? What are the negative effects of hate speech? Basically, as I mentioned, hate speech has a massive chilling effect in general on political speech, especially for members of online or for members of vulnerable communities and minority communities. And also, what is a more global effect is that it really erodes reality. Basically, we are at a point where it's not that we don't agree on how to tackle a social issue or that, what policy we should choose to solve a problem in our societies. We don't really even agree anymore what the issue is, or if there is an issue, or if something exists or not. I think the pandemic was one of the best examples of this. Many people still don't believe that COVID, even exists, or that the vaccines are useful, and not just some kind of big pharma conspiracy to earn a lot of money. And when we have this on every level in a society where people can't even agree on these things, then it's very, very hard to hold together a democratic society where empathy, solidarity, and all of these other, notions are very, very deeply needed, to be able to work together and solve issues together and attack issues together and, just live among each other, really. I'm a little bit over time, sorry. So basically, I guess I try not to go over too much. But I still have to mention, that this whole issue also causes great gains for far-right parties. We have seen this rise of far-right parties for 2 decades now, at least in Europe, and it's kind of ebbs and flows, but still there is a clear trend in this. What we see in Italy right now, the ever-growing strength of Marine Le Pen in France, Geert Wilders just won the election in the Netherlands. That was kind of unthinkable, I think, 10 years ago. So there are newer and newer issues that we are facing, and these parties always use some kind of hate speech against multiple communities. But what we also need to see that the way we say it is that hate speech is not necessarily followed by violence, but hateful violence is almost always predated by hate speech. So if we think about Utøya, the Christchurch attack in New Zealand, the Halle attack in Germany, or Hanau in Germany, the anti-LGBTQ+ attack in Bratislava, Slovakia. There are many, many hate crimes in the EU, and there are massive, basically domestic terrorist attacks in the US, and these never happen in a vacuum. These are always predated by online radicalization and manifestos published online, and even, some people like the Christchurch attacker in New Zealand tried to live stream his attack against, the Muslim community there. So what we need to see, I guess, here, and these are my kind of closing thoughts, is that in order to keep, our democracy live and well, and in order for, our vulnerable and minority communities to be able to fully participate in our political life and in our public sphere, we definitely need to tackle hate speech, conspiracy theories, and disinformation everywhere and as much as possible, because otherwise, I think with these new technologies and AI and the growing number of malicious malicious actors such as Russia with its major disinformation campaigns. We can devolve into societies, you know, that can get into even, you know, civil wars. I mean, I'm not saying tomorrow, but there is definitely a danger of a massive devolvement of democracy and you know, life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamás. And now I would like to ask our first panelists and the moderator of the first panel to come to the table, to come forward. The moderator of the panel will be Anikó Félix, CEO of Haver Foundation, and the participants of the panel discussion will be Daniel Bagaméri, head of the Budapest office of the International Organization for Migration, Rémi Boni, executive director of Forbidden Colors, Vivian Brassó, legal director of European Roma Rights Center, and Jessica Levin, senior research analyst at the World Jewish Congress.
The microphones. Okay. Hello, hello everyone, dear guests and dear audience. It is my honor to welcome you. Can you hear me? Okay. To the first panel discussions of today's conference. The panel discussion will be about hate speech in the European societies. And thank you, Bulcsú, for the introduction. And we have a very great and diverse group of experts here. And we will try to go deeper with the topics that have been raised in the excellent keynote. We will start with the first topic is the European societies. The title is Hate Speech in the European Societies, and we discussed already, as Anna Daróczi said in the beginning, that hate does not stop at the borders, and also Tamás Berec mentioned it, that it's all across the continent and also out of the continent. But I'm curious to hear your opinion about if does make any sense to talk about it at the European level, in what sense, and there are any distinctive characteristics that true exclusive to Europe, and how do you see from the point of view of the vulnerable groups that your organization represents? And I think anyone can start answering. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you for Political Capital and all the partners also for inviting me. So my name is Rémi Boni. I am working for an organization called Forbidden Colors. We work specifically on LGBTQ plus groups inside the European Union with specific interest in also monitoring their interlinkage to democratic resilience, a world of monitoring of anti-LGBTQ plus groups in the European Union. So to answer your question, yes, obviously there is a very European dimension in all of this, given the fact that we've been monitoring over last years that hate speech on social media or in public sphere in general is something that has been spread not only by individuals anymore, but by groups, by state actors. And we've been seeing over last years, also here in Hungary, but it originally came from countries obviously like Russia, although obviously it didn't actually originate from there. Huge international conferences where anti-LGBTQ plus narratives have been made, not only to increase hate towards our communities, but also to steer up and polarize our European societies. So yes, there is a very European dimension of facts that our adversaries and all of this have been instigating hate towards our community, but also many of the communities that will come after me here, just specifically in a way to polarize our democratic societies. And I think the country that we are in here today is a very good example of this. Maybe before jumping into, I shouldn't speak too long, I guess. Okay. Okay. So maybe before jumping into more of the networking analysis of all of this, I wanted to give you a few numbers of that have been recently launched by the European Union, by the Eurobarometer, and also a bit longer ago by the Fundamental Rights Agency about how LGBTQ+ people perceive themselves and our European societies, and how also in general European societies perceive discriminations towards our communities. So last December, actually, the Commission, the statistics unit released a new Eurobarometer on discrimination, which shows that 57% of EU citizens say that discrimination is widespread for being transgender or intersex, and 54% say that it's that this is the same for based at sexual orientation of being lesbian, gay, or bisexual. If we look then specifically, because I know the audience is mainly Hungarian here, we actually see that Hungarian people actually perceive this as less discrimination. 47%, which is 10% lower if it comes to transgender people, which is kind of, I think, a very interesting analysis, where, I mean, your government has been saying for many years that these anti-discrimination measures are not necessary, that actually the government itself is implementing discriminatory measures towards the community. It obviously leads now to an increase in, a decrease in the perception of discrimination, at least of LGBTQ+ people. Maybe then jumping into the perceptions of LGBTQ+ people themselves. That's research is a bit longer ago. It's before the COVID-19 crisis, so it's a little bit difficult maybe to use this as like a valid thing for today, but we can only assume that it's even got worse because of COVID-19. In 2020, the Fundamental Rights Agency of the EU, in a big LGBTQ+ survey amongst members of our community, said that 1 out of 10 experienced physical or sexual assault towards themselves over the last 12 months. 38% experienced some form of harassment for just being LGBTQ+. And 33% actually say that they often or always avoid certain places for just being afraid of being assaulted, threatened, or harassed. Interesting again here, Hungary is 40%. So you see there is a difference in the perception of the white public in Hungary and the perception of the community itself, very much. Again, I've been referring often to Hungary, not just only for the mere fact that we are in Hungary and many of you are Hungarian, also because obviously we have seen that the Hungarian government have been state sponsoring hate towards LGBTQ+ people. What I've been monitoring over the last years is that when 10 years ago, almost 15 years ago now, the Russian government was the main sponsor and instigator for LGBTQ+, anti-LGBTQ+ international groupings, so organizing conferences, even conferences all around Europe, including in Budapest. Today, this is different. Russia is still there. Russia is still spreading disinformation, troll farms, all kinds of networks that they have. But to be fairly honest, if I look and even participate, infiltrate sometimes an anti-LGBTQ conference on the international level, I see much more Hungarians than I see Russians. So it's fair to be fairly honest. The Hungarian government has taken over the leadership role if it comes to anti-LGBTQ+ hate on an international level. I think we can go deeper probably later on this, but I don't want to speak for too long. So yes, thank you.
Others can continue.
Yeah, it's on. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Vivi Brassoi, and I work for the European Roma Rights Center, which is an international public interest law organization combating anti-Romani racism across Europe. Currently, we are working in around 16 countries, involved in 150 pieces of litigation, mainly before the European Court of Human Rights, and we cover a wide range of topics such as police violence, school segregation, obviously hate speech and hate crimes, access to adequate housing, And as our name also mentions, we are a European international organization, so our focus is on Europe, and definitely there is specificities related to hate speech and hate crimes concerning Romani communities in Europe. Actually, Roma are the biggest minority of Europe. Up to, estimated numbers are up to 12 million, according to the Council of Europe. But this is just estimation, actually. 10, from 10, I think, up to 12 million. And we are the most marginalized minority in Europe. And related to trends, I would say that sorry, what we see monitoring hate speech in European countries is that there are common stereotypes against Romani people in most of the European countries. These are very generic ones, but there are also some specific ones. For example, and I would come back again to Hungary. And I by the way, I'm a Hungarian Roma, so I'm most familiar with the situation in Hungary. But for example, in Hungary, the far right would try to influence the general discourse on Romani people on social media, especially specifically focusing on Romani people being violent or dangerous. And what we see that this narrative, for example, wouldn't be on the agenda of the far right of Serbia or Albania. So we see that there are these different trends, and what I would also, as a trend, would emphasize, Tamás mentioned it, that basically as we see far right and populist politicians inciting hatred against Romani people and vulnerable communities, we see the rise of hate crimes against Romani people. And if I just would need to mention very few examples from the recent years, 2019 in France, a very ancient stereotype about Romani people being kidnappers, child kidnappers, went viral on social media, and because of that rumor of these people being child kidnappers and abducting children, people went to the streets and basically attacked makeshift homes of Romani people in certain areas, because it got so strong and people started to really got angry that Romani people in white vans, and then there was another rumor in black vans kidnapping children, and this is really comes from stereotypes from the Middle Ages. And then in Italy, Romani families being placed in emergency shelters. The far-right neo-Nazi movement, Casa Pound, actually brought people outside of this shelter, and just because Romani people were placed there, attacked the shelter, put fire, put vehicles and cars on fire, didn't allow the firefighters to get in, and destroyed the food that was brought to Romani people trapped in the shelter. And then the last example that I would bring related to how hate speech actually directly relate to hate crimes is the Ukrainian pogroms between 2016 and 2018, which actually was the offline violence that happened at that time in Ukraine was heavily influenced and followed and actually streamlined on social media, and actually it was kind of a performative act, and streamlining these violent attacks on social media was almost as important part of these hate campaigns against Romani people as the physical acts. So yes, I would say that definitely there are extra dimensions and European dimensions to it. And I just would close here and give the floor to.
Thank you so much.
Jessica.
Hello, my name is Jessica Levine, and I work for the World Jewish Congress. The World Jewish Congress is an organization that represents over 100 national Jewish communities and functions and represents as an umbrella organization. And it was created in Geneva in 1936 when Europe was going through some hard times, and especially for minorities all throughout Europe. And it was created because the Jewish minority of Europe did not have a state or anyone to represent them. So the thought behind the World Jewish Congress is to be a voice for the global world Jewry, to represent them. And so when it comes to trends in Europe, I want to fall back a little bit on what our keynote speaker said, because I believe that anti-Semitism is definitely not a new phenomenon, but it has very much been interconnected with recent changes in the world and different shifts. If you look at world events such as refugees increasing and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, COVID, and especially now, recently, October 7th, that happened in Israel. And when it comes to the refugee crisis, I would say that Jewish conspiracies or conspiracy theories about Jews were very present. You could see the great replacement theory about how Jews are trying to replace the white people of Europe was popping up. The same thing when it came to COVID. I would say it became quite clear that on the one hand, Jews were believed of creating the virus, also being immune to the virus, but somehow also spreading it. And one thing I've learned when it comes to hate speech and hate crime is to never try and find any logic in any of it, because there isn't any. And also when it has come to the war in Ukraine, you see a narrative being spread about, denazifying it, and also kind of the thought that the Jews were the worst Nazis, that the Jews weren't innocent in what happened during the Second World War. And all of these stereotypes that are now being portrayed are very, very harmful and difficult for the Jewish population of Europe. And only since October 7th, we've seen in Europe an increase, depending on country, between 300 to 900% of anti-Semitic incidents. Incidents ranging from hate speech, up to physical violence and destruction of property and things like that. But what I think is the most scary part that is happening right now is sort of the dehumanization of the Jews of Europe. The discourse that is being spread is kind of making the Jew not to be a human anymore, not to have the same values. So this is something I think we need to keep in mind on how to combat while moving forward this year. But on another, more positive note, I would say that one trend that I do see in Europe, compared to many other places in the world, is the will for the European society and countries to actively engage in improving policy and combating hate speech and hate crimes and implement new and effective measures. And they seem to be very open to listen on a national level and also on the EU level.
Thank you. Daniel.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much first for Madam Deputy Commissioner for inviting me to sit on this very prestigious panel. First of all, I feel also a little bit the odd one out because I'm not a hate speech expert, and our organization, IOM, which is the UN Migration Agency, is not a hate speech expert either. But as said in the opening remarks, we are an organization that works on the social context around hate speech, and in particular we do work with vulnerable migrant groups. And you all mentioned, so when it comes to migration and hate speech and the link there and the role of our organization, maybe they don't need further justification. Let me just go back to the original question, whether hate speech exists in Europe and whether there are any distinct features there. Well, I think you all said that, yes, of course, it does exist, and it's on the increase, unfortunately. So we see the same for anti-migrant, anti-refugee sentiments. And I think in Europe in particular, I don't want to go into historic analysis, but definitely how nationalism and nationalistic movements develop. They have a lot to do with the link between nationalistic rhetoric to anti-migrant, anti-refugee sentiments, and how they have been developed and how they are being exploited for political purposes. And I also do agree with the excellent keynote speech in terms of the division between Western Europe and Eastern Europe, especially when it comes to hate speech against migrants and refugee communities, where we see that in Western Europe, mostly the public discourse is based on multiculturalism, past experience of that, perceived failed attempts to do proper social inclusion programming, and how the migrants can contribute to the society as such. While here in Eastern Europe, discussions are more about, as Deputy Commissioner highlighted as well, fear-mongering and trying to capitalize on something that might come our way and might influence our societies. And also in this sense, what is a distinct, unique feature of the EU and the European societies as well is, from anti-migrant perspective, is that we all know that these societies are aging, and we all know that there is a clear need and demand for migrant workers, for labor force coming in outside of the EU. And we also see, and I guess we will touch upon how that is being politically explained as well in Hungary, how we have a government-fueled anti-migration and anti-migrant narrative, while there are very clear incentives for bringing in migrants, they are also migrants, for the purposes of employment and construction, but also long-term investments as well. And I also just want to highlight, because I already heard this morning 2 times, that there is no logic in hate speech. Fully agree if we look at the internal dimensions. But I want to highlight, because us as IOM, we are really active in that field, that we need to look at the root causes, and we need to work on related social inequalities, misinformation, or also digital literacy. We just heard also in the opening speech how the online space is gaining more importance in this sense. And final sentence, because we see that obviously hate speech is closely affiliated with hate crime discrimination. No debate there, but we see among our vulnerable beneficiaries how this actually leads to fear and anxiety among these vulnerable groups, and how that results in their reluctance to ask for help, to access services, and how in our groups, how that results in their wish to return to their home countries instead of trying to seek justice in Hungary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All of you had mentioned many, many important things, and I think it's not a question anymore that there are some distinct characteristics of hate speech that are exclusive to Europe or more important in Europe. So I would go up a little bit to a European Union level. Also, you mentioned it many times that there are good or even better measures regarding hate speech at the European level, but I would like to ask you that what do you see, how do you see it, how effective these measures are, what would you recommend to the European Union to make it more effective against hate speech regarding the vulnerable groups that you are working with in your organization?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. So, so Basically, obviously, from the LGBTQ plus perspective, the European Commission has adopted in 2021 its first ever LGBTQ plus equality strategy. It's basically a strategy on how to achieve more equality for our community. And then there are a few measures that are very, very important for our communities, but also for communities that are around the table here. And actually, one of these measures that was mentioned in the strategies got to quite an important stage last week during the European Parliament's plenary in Strasbourg. The European Parliament voted a report to give consent to the European Council to extend the EU crimes lists and to include hate speech and hate crime in there. Obviously, as LGBTQ plus communities, we are extremely happy with this. We see a lack of hate crime and hate speech legislation everywhere in the European Union. So this is extremely important for our communities. However, it's also important to mention that this is still a long procedure. There's still a long procedure ahead, and that it doesn't look very, how to put it diplomatically, looking good. Sorry if I'm not, that was not a diplomatic way of putting it. And to get the necessary unanimity in the Council. So for to extend the EU crimes list, which is part of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, this would mean that we need to do a treaty change, and for doing a treaty change you need unanimity in the European Council. And as we know, for now at least 3 member states are blocking it. Again, I guess you can guess at least one of them, and which is quite kind of interesting, because there is already quite a good hate crime, hate speech law in Hungary, and still they're blocking it on the European level. So I think that's also telling a little bit about the political dimensions towards all of this. But I think also, given that there are 3 countries today blocking it, and the wider political developments that we see in Europe, there's also a chance for finally getting through with it. And there I'm specifically looking to my colleague from the World Jewish Congress, is that there must be much more pushing from, I think, from especially Jewish communities now, with the rise of anti-Semitism and the unanimity somehow amongst countries that there needs to be that we need to tackle anti-Semitism. At least there is a possibility now to extend the first stage and the extension of the EU crimes list, because it's a bit technical, but I think I have to explain it for you to fully understand the way of adding grounds of hate crime and hate speech to the EU treaty. Means that first the treaty needs to change, and just it needs to be added that EU crimes also include hate crime and hate speech. There are no grounds being mentioned in that. To have the grounds being mentioned, there is a second stage after the adoption of the treaty change, where there is a legal framework that needs to be adopted, which is specifically mentioning grounds such as sexual orientation, gender identity, sex characteristics, religion, and so on. And for that you don't need unanimity. There you need just qualified majority. So there is a possibility, especially given this 2-stage steps that we need to adopt hate speech and hate crimes in the EU treaties, to actually achieve it now, given the political circumstances that we have today. So so that's the first division, obviously, and I think that's one of the most important things that is happening at the moment at the European Union level, and we all need to push as much as possible for it, be it very wise. Obviously, next to that, what I would like to see the European Union to do more is also to focus a little bit more on their external actions and on what they are doing, because, I mean, Russia has been phone here a few times today already, and we obviously, I mean, we've been working very closely over the last months with European External Action Service on the reports, specifically on what they call foreign information manipulation interference, FIMI. It's a new term that they have invented to basically monitor how, for instance, Russia is spreading content that is hateful to polarize European societies. And we've been seeing, and especially on LGBTQ+, there is, before the European elections now, there's a huge rise coming from there, and Again, there are a few ways of tackling this. I mean, obviously, by looking at the social media platforms, but also by making it impossible, for instance, for Russian oligarchs to come to Europe and to open bank accounts to do business here. And I think still today we see that some of the Russian oligarchs that we've been monitoring and exposing for over the last 15 years already for sponsoring anti-LGBTQ groups in Europe are still not on EU sanctions lists. Again, mainly because one country is blocking it, but that one country has also adopted EU sanctions in the past. So it's also so it's also very important to state that it's also up to the other EU countries to push Hungary as much as possible. To also get certain oligarchs that are responsible for spreading hate in the European Union to get them on EU sanctions list at the moment. And I think that's still possible somehow.
If you want to comment, yes.
You can go ahead. So European Union efforts and how effective they are.
Yes.
Okay. So I would say, first of all, what you just mentioned now, that was happening last week and is continuing, is very, very important, because there is some part of there is hate speech and hate crimes mentioned in the EU law from 2008, but it really needs to be more incapacitative, and really what they're calling for now is not to be able to hide behind the shield of free speech. And secondly, I do believe that EU has quite a few initiatives that are effective. I would say that the Commission and the High Representative in December of 23 now adopted a joint communication that's called No Place for Hate, a Europe United Against Hatred. And within this, they are upgrading the code of conduct agreed upon with major online platforms. They have increased funding in the International Security Fund that I think many organizations here today can also apply from, and an upgraded role, which I find very interesting, for the envoys and coordinators for combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. And also adding, that didn't exist before, combating anti-Muslim hatred and racism. So I think with this and the EU giving the so-called envoys and coordinators, I call them SECA, we can really have them push on a national level to get more, to represent our communities, but also to make sure that they are placed well within a national government. And the high-level hate crime, the high-level group for hate crime and hate speech, also within the EU, also kind of disseminate good practices by having discussions and exchange with different IOs and civil society on a grassroots level. I would say one thing that is a hindrance for the EU, I guess, is the kind of slow processes sometimes. Modern expressions of hate speech and hate crime is constantly changing and evolving. And I think the EU needs to do better on implementation and changing quicker. Someone wants to go?
Yeah. So this is not really related to hate speech and hate crime. It's just the general impression of our organization that the EU has to do much better related to Roma rights. And even the Fundamental Rights Agency said that the Racial Equality Directive doesn't work for Roma properly. It doesn't cover, for example, forced evictions, covers school segregation in some extent, and other type of discrimination relevant for Romani people, but it's very difficult to access it. So far, there is only one judgment was brought by the European Court of Justice related to Romani people, and actually was brought by a non-Roma woman, and it was discrimination by association. So I think that also shows that how difficult to reach that level and how not effective are the EU mechanisms for Roma. And I just think in general, like the violation of rule of law and the democratic backsliding in many European countries at the moment are just alarming. And I just everything that my colleague said, it's welcomed, but related to Roma rights and access to justice for Roma in most of the European countries, the EU just needs to do much better and actually put stricter sanctions for member states to really respect the values of the EU that it was funded, because we don't really see this at the moment for Romani people in Europe. So, yeah.
Do you want to add something?
If I allowed to, yes, because I think also, given the fact that there are already existing things happening on the European Union level, we saw until not so long ago a European Commission was not always willing to act upon that, especially if it comes to political sensitive topics. And I mean, every time that the European Commission could have started an infringement procedure against a member state that is infringing upon the rights of minorities, we saw this just not happening because of the political dimensions. However, I mean, what has changed recently, with especially regarding Hungary, is with the anti-LGBTQ plus legislation, the so-called child protection law, which I prefer to call the Russian-inspired anti-propaganda law, is quite groundbreaking. I must say, we were quite involved in all of the advocacy around the infringement procedure, and if we look at the pleadings in there, we see that, for instance, the first time ever there is a sole pleading against a law based on Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union, which is the article on values, on European values and norms and values, which is about human rights and living in dignity in Europe and so on. For the first time, every European Commission is going to court against a member state based on this. So this is already groundbreaking. And there we also see that it's for the first time ever, I would say, also a large group of member states who want also to stand up for minority rights in Europe. It's the first time ever that 16 member states now we were able to convince to join the Commission in court and Luxembourg against Hungary on this specific law. And that's quite an important statement because it's the largest group ever to go against a member state ever in any lawsuits in the history of the European Union. So that's quite an important statement. So you feel that from progressive liberal point of view, progressive liberals are starting to get the point. However, I think that there still needs to be a large push, because in the case of Hungary, it's much more easy for member states to do so. But if we look to a few other member states who could also use kind of similar infringement procedures, such as Romania, Bulgaria, and so on, we don't see anything happening. So.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much. Well, the first thing that came to mind when you asked this question and put down immediately is to discourage hate speech, but also to create positive narratives around migration in my case, but I think we can apply it to other vulnerable groups as well. So we need positive stories of inclusivity and mutual respect. So what I think, and I'm mostly talking about how the EU funds are being utilized for such purposes. So I think there are two streams of work that should be taken more seriously. One is protection for the most vulnerable from discrimination and hate speech. I think the EU needs to increase efforts in this regard, but at the same time promoting inclusion and integration of vulnerable groups into the society, and in particular focusing on education. Most of these EU funds and programs, they need to go into schools, into the curriculum, into the teaching materials and so on. There needs to be bigger and more impactful awareness raising and information campaigns to simply address all the information gaps and misinformation that is out there. And here, coming from my frustration when we try to do such information campaigns, I want to emphasize the importance of coalition, something that should be, I think, a very important mandatory part of these EU funds, especially on this topic. You cannot be effective without a coalition of state entities, civil society. In particular, I want to emphasize the role of grassroots, who are in the community and can work with the community and understand their concerns. But at the same time, we work with international organizations as well to make sure that international standards and similar standards across countries are being applied. And just said, but I want to highlight again, grassroots. They should be receiving more funding from the rights, equality, citizenship type of programming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned coalitions, and actually this is the way we move forward. That I would like to ask the others as well, that what kind of coalitions you build with your organization for the purposes that you want to achieve, even with other organizations, civil society organizations, grassroots movements, and if it's possible, nation states as well. Obviously not every case, but what possible coalitions you imagine and what you are actually doing as a good example of coalition building.
So when it comes to coalition building, I think I want to start by taking one step back. To effectively combat anti-Semitism, in my opinion and the WJC's opinion, it really starts with education. And so by trying to implement educational initiatives on many different levels, both when it comes to of course, schools, curricula, but also when it comes to civil servants, judicial authorities, and law enforcement agencies, to train to understand the ever-changing expressions of hate speech is very important to even know what to look for and to be able to create change. And this is something I think you really need to work and create coalitions. You need to work with nation states. You need to have a holistic approach to use interfaith, interculture initiatives and try to find ways to engage as many actors as possible. For example, the WJC has a project called Bridges that is funded by the EU Commission. And it is a holistic approach for training and prevention for hate speech and hate crimes. And we are, together with experts, training Jewish communities around the world on online hate. We are also involving the special envoys for combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life, as well as the major social media companies, to try together to work to create more understanding and combating anti-Semitism. And it's and then another project that we just ended that has been very successful is called the NOAA project, and it has been very EU involved, looking at EU state policies and education and culture and security, how to evolve EU policies and EU member states policies to further be able to combat hate speech. And this has definitely been with over 100 different kind of network, grassroots organizations, both Jewish and non-Jewish, to together kind of overcome this hurdle and to make a change. And it's been very successful, but it's come to an end now. So in my opinion, it really has to start by understanding hate speech or hate crimes from many different directions and educating about it.
I can go ahead. Yeah, thank you. So with the RRC, actually we have a network of volunteers. We call them Roma Rights Defenders, and they are Roma and non-Roma volunteers together actually helping the ERRCs work online and contribute we have an initiative called Challenging Digital Anti-Gypsyism, and they work together to monitor, record, and then report online hate speech. And this really started as a very small initiative, but so far now we have a group in Albania, one in Serbia, one in Ukraine. It's a quite big one, around 30 volunteers. We had a huge network in Turkey, but we needed to shut it down because authorities started to actually let's say not appreciate their work related to Roma rights, but actually they created their own NGO now. They called Roma Negodi in Turkey, and they have a massive work related to Roma rights violations in Turkey. And we have partner organizations in Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and also Romania, with volunteer sections who also actually work together with us. And I think this is a quite good example how to build coalition and how actually a Romani young activist can take charge of their rights. And how non-Roma young activists actually can be good allies and help their Romani peers to report online hate speech. So this would be.
For the question about that, how do you recruit the non-Roma volunteers, or what are the pool for this initiative?
Yeah, so we started with an open call, and really few people applied, but as we started, I think we started this in 2019, beginning of 2020, before the pandemic. And then people just started to spread the word and actually convinced and asked their peers to join, and basically really grew, I would say, organically. And they really enjoy working together. Fortunately, we can provide them time by time space to meet with each other, share their experiences, and hopefully in April, on 8th of April, we will have a bigger conference where we would like to bring together all of the volunteers who work together on these projects so far. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Rory?
Yeah, let me maybe talk a little bit about an initiative we took a few months ago. We organized the first conference in Brussels. We call it the United for Diversity conference, where we wanted to bring together all kinds of actors, which we define as frontline democracy defenders from the LGBTQ plus gender perspective. So what we've been trying to do is, as kind of our conclusion, many of the EU member states or even across the world, is that LGBTQ plus activists have become partly also frontline democracy defenders. We need to be perceiving them in that sense as well. And so what we did is to have a conference on the creation of a new network that we are setting up at this very moment on white actors, not just LGBTQ plus activists from all around the world, but also, for instance, human rights organizations working more on the rule of law, democratic resilience, some state actors. The conference itself was sponsored by the Belgian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Belgian Minister of Foreign Affairs participated in the conference, and so on. But also, for instance, people working in intelligence services. I mean, I've been talking before about the Russians being involved in spreading anti-LGBTQ hate to steer up polarization. As long as we don't fight with the right means, with the means on this, at least on the same level, we will never be able to counter that. And we can try as much as we want as civil society, but there will be never enough money to do so. Russians are spreading, and most estimations are about 300 to 500 million euros every year inside the European Union to spread anti-LGBTQ hate. So, given budgets like SERV and so on, which is just a few million to spread amongst a lot of minority groups, not specifically on countering disinformation, then I think we can quite easily conclude there that we are fighting against actors which are much stronger than us. So we need to also include actors that are much stronger, and therefore we are trying now to set up meetings with NATO ambassadors, with intelligence services and so on. I myself am going next week to New York and DC to talk with American actors. Obviously we know there is a very well-established transatlantic link on all of this as well, so we need to work also more on the from a transatlantic cooperation as well on this. So yeah, so this is kind of the thing that we're trying to do to widen up our scope as well, because by just organizing Pride and being there as LGBTQ plus activists, this is not a fight that we can win anymore. We know that we have been put in the front line. Sorry to use this kind of warmongering language, but really put in front of the front line of defending democracy today in Europe. And as long as wider actors in society don't perceive it that way, but our adversaries very much perceive it that way, we will never able to fully effectively fight back. So that's kind of the work that we are doing right now, to create that network, to make sure that these actors that are working on more democratic resilience and security, national security as well, also perceive the importance of fighting for our rights.
Okay, so you already mentioned the very great initiatives regarding coalition building and also initiatives to tackle hate speech that your organizations are doing. But I would like to have an even more positive end of this panel, even if we are realistic, but if you have any other, you mentioned positive narratives, ideas that you would use or you already use to tackle hate speech in your organization, and what you see as a future of your work, and what are the most important initiatives in this case, but you already not mentioned. If there is anything that you want to add as a positive end of this conversation, Daniel.
Other than what you just highlighted that I already mentioned, and a very specific Hungarian topic now, but something that is spreading in Eastern Europe, is the situation with what the journalists and politicians call guest workers. So there we already see that that's going to be another interesting angle to work with. And there, let me just highlight our work around community building and community engagement type of activities. So in this very specific case, and I think that's applicable to other contexts as well, to prepare communities for the arrival of migrant workers, for the different investments that are happening, and try to address some of the questions and concerns they have. Because what we see is, again, a general conclusion of academic research as well, that once you get to know the other, then you are less likely to develop any sort of discriminatory behavior or attitude and so on. And this is very much the case with the guest workers in the country as well, that we see that there are different narratives around fear and social dumping related to migrant workers coming into the country. But at the same time, we also see that if we ask those communities that have been living together with the Filipino migrant workers in Western Hungary for long years, for whom this is not a new phenomenon, they all say, and this is not unique to the Filipino community, so there's nothing ethnic there, that they are nice, cute, well-behaved people who are here to do their job, and they are law-abiding citizens. So all in all, the comment is nothing wrong with them. So we need to, and we know the general political context in Hungary, so we need to get to this nothing wrong with them stance in the communities, because we know that this is a rapidly increasing phenomenon in Hungary, and something that is very crucial to the social fabric, but also to the economic development of this country. So community engagement is one activity that I would like to highlight as a positive spin.
It's very interesting and very important. Are There's anything else you want to add, Jessica, please?
Sure. One thing that I would like to highlight is the World Jewish Congress SECA Forum, the Forum for Special Envoys and Coordinators for Combating Anti-Semitism. They meet up twice a year, and they are representatives from their national governments with a specific mission to combat anti-Semitism. And they are representatives from all over the world, and they meet twice a year to share best practices, to see initiatives being created right there on the spot is amazing. And all these ideas are easily and quickly, in an efficient way, being disseminated. And we have seen many countries take great strides in implementing new policies and so on. And these envoys, that they're also very locally engaged with their country's Jewish community. They have interactions in person, and they know the community. They're not necessarily a part of it or from it. It's government representatives, but it creates this kind of bridge between the community, the government, and towards other international organizations.
Yeah, so actually today with ERRC Roma, which is also a Czech, organization, Roma-led organization, and with the Forum for Human Rights today we are publishing actually 2 reports related to the state of hate speech in the Czech Republic, plus a policy guide for state representatives to know what they should change in their policies in order to do better. So along those lines, I think for the future, we really would like to continue working with volunteers and broaden their and our perspectives, have more organizations and countries involved. We really hope that this year in Italy and in Hungary we will also have a volunteer group and continue basically the same work we do, putting forward young Roma and non-Roma activists, and actually continue basically suing public officials, politicians for the hate speech that they spread across Europe. So I think that's quite positive.
Yes, and your work is very effective. So thank you very much, and thank you all of you. I would like to give the floor to the audience now. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, and then we will try to get you a microphone. Okay, Bulcsú.
Thank you. My name is Bulcsú Hunyadi from Political Capital. You mentioned a lot, or you talked a lot about coalitions, and I wonder whether you could elaborate a bit more on what kind of, do you see room, I know that that's happening, but do you see room for coalitions within or among your groups, among the communities, like, you know, coalition for, to fight for minority rights across the diverse or different groups? And the other question I may have is concerning your point, which you mentioned, Remy, which I liked very much, is that fighting for minority rights and fighting against hate speech is actually fighting for democracy. And I think it's completely true, especially in the age of, in this post-through age, and how we can see that politicians exploit anti-minority sentiments. So, and how do you feel about like fighting for your communities, whether this, I don't know, gives you an additional burden that you also fight for democracy? So are you kind of, how do you cope with kind of this challenge, and whether you feel that you get accepted for this by politicians, for instance, or other civil society organizations? Thanks.
Big questions. Who would like to answer?
I mean, on the coalition building, it can be very short, obviously. I mean, yes, I mean, I didn't mention it because it's kind of obvious, I think, that as minority groups, we should build coalitions, although the reason why I didn't mention it is also because we should go beyond being just minority groups fighting for democracy. We need to widen up meet with sometimes a bit more conservative people, and to try them to understand that fighting for our rights is as important as fighting for anything else that they are fighting for, to just secure democracy. Fighting for democracy, how to cope with it, how to being accepted. Well, first it starts actually with being accepted by your own community. It's not always easy to talk about about how the defense of LGBTIQ plus rights and national security issues can be mentioned in the same line. It has something, obviously, what the fact that Russia has so obviously been attacking LGBTIQ plus rights while starting a war against the West basically has helped with this. But believe me, if I started to talk about this within my community about 10 years ago, I mean, I was called a conspiracy theorist, I was called a drama queen, and especially also the notion security involving security authorities, which have a history, of course, of attacking our community as well, is something that is very difficult to convince people of. However, history being history and things changing, mainly also because of the full-scale war by Russia against Ukraine, has helped a lot in our case. Especially if we talk to politicians today, politicians take you much more seriously. I was talking earlier already by a report published by the European External Action Service specifically on Russian disinformation LGBTIQ+, which is basically a copy-paste of the research I've written 5-6 years ago. But at the same time, it's not me as LGBTIQ+ activist writing it anymore. It's the European Ministry of Foreign Affairs writing it. So since this publication, I have been invited to places that would have never invited me before. Speaking to NATO ambassadors, speaking at G7 conferences, and so on. So this is also the mere fact finally politicians start to accept this, also gives us as minority groups also the access towards those finally who can actually make a difference and fight back in this information warfare. Somehow answered your question.
Actually, I agree with coalition building among minority groups. And a few years ago, we initiated, again, Roma Rights Network, but it was great to see actually human rights organizations or community organizations with different focus than Roma rights, but having a Roma rights or Roma portfolio, but in the same time, for example, having LGBT plus portfolio applied and wanted to be partners. So we have this ongoing network and partnership, and we try, for example, to apply for projects together, initiate, or if something happens, to have this immediate reaction together, condemning certain incidents. So that's absolutely something that I think we would like to develop further in the future. And related to the fight for a democratic society, what immediately came to my mind is the Gyöngyöspata school segregation compensation case in Hungary, because I don't think that many people thought about that case as a case being or leading the fight against the democratic backsliding in Hungary, but I think it was, because it wasn't just so not just the fact of these children being discriminated for 10 years, separated from their peers, and it wasn't just them getting a fair compensation for that violation, but also it was about the independence of the Hungarian judiciary, because the Prime Minister openly called for the respect for the sense of justice, or I don't even remember. I think it was this Schmittian sense of justice of the Hungarians, which evidently meant that not Roma, but Hungarians, and I think that, and not just me, like everybody thought that this is kind of trying to influence the judiciary, the Supreme Court, to have a different decision than the Debrecen Appeal Court, and I think that was a great example of how a Roma rights-related case can actually stand out and fight for something or represent something that is actually beneficial for not just that certain community or just for that few families, but for the entire country. And evidently, the afterlife of the judgment wasn't so victorious and gracious, but still I think that was something outstanding, and I just would like to mention this because it would be great if more people would think about that case as something that that contributed to the fight for democratic values in Hungary. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a great example for this. And Jessica, you want to say something? Or especially, I would add that around the circumstances now, it could be more sensitive and to make a coalition between Muslim community and the Jewish community in Europe. So if you want to add something to this as well, I would really appreciate it.
Well, I echo both of yours, your points about the importance of cooperation and coalition. And I think it's important that we stand up for each other. But even more so, I think it's important to engage and educate the larger society. Because hate speech is everyone's fight. It's not our fight sitting here. It really is something that I see it more as we need to facilitate for the greater public, for the majority society, to realize that this is their fight and to engage them rather, because we are quite like-minded, I'm very certain. And so we can have these discussions with each other, but we really need to reach further and engage the larger public.
Well, from my end, just to say that like a coalition of migrants is quite difficult. Obviously, it's not a monolithic group, and obviously all of our beneficiaries are quite fragmented in this sense. But what I believe in is more like issue-based coalitions, and something that is also missing, unfortunately, from the landscape. And again, I believe more in issues that come from grassroots and from local communities, and they don't necessarily need to be big transnational issues. And also, from my end, obviously, we shouldn't forget that not all the migrants that my organization represents are vulnerable migrants. So expats, Hungarians working in London, and so we can all say different stories. So just to find this edge, to find this focus on the most vulnerable migrants, and then organizing them and empowering them, that's, I think, the important thing. On the democracy thing, again, I need to be really cautious representing an organization that has 175 member states. Not all of them democracies, obviously, by definition. So it's not really the fight that we have. The fight that we have is what's the first sentence of our constitution, that our mandate is that we believe strongly that migration is beneficial. Migration is a positive process, both for countries of origin, countries of destination, and for the migrants themselves, if these processes are managed well. So this is our fight, that we are working on governance systems and, generally speaking, processes and systems to basically deliver on the promise of migration. And this is our fight, and if side effects are those that you raised, then from our angle, those are very positive side effects.
Is there any other questions from the audience?
Hello, my name is Katalin Gyuri from the Swiss Embassy in Budapest. Very interesting, all of this. From my angle, the Hungarian part is the most interesting, so I would have two questions to René and to Vivian. You mentioned, and we all know that in the Hungarian government we have a strong and sometimes subtle, sometimes less subtle anti-LGBTQ rhetorics. The question is, where do you see the limits? Do you perceive, or do your communities perceive, for example, the demographic forum which was taking place here, or all this pro-family activities, the posters? Do you perceive this as offensive or not? Is this already a step towards hate speech or not? And then, Vivi, I would have questions towards you. You mentioned that you see hate speech in Hungary mainly from the far right. Do you have the impression of having a subtle negative communications from the government side as well, or rather not? Do you perceive something more positive even? Thank you.
I think I just very quickly answered this question because I think it's like obvious that yes, and it's topical. Like when they need it, they use it, and I think coming back to this Gyöngyöspata case, the only luck in this situation was the COVID-19 pandemic, because actually that stopped the national consultation on whether this judgment was just or unjust towards non-Roma, so the majority of the Hungarians, and the legislation not being openly anti-Roma, but the legislation was amended in a way that it's anti-Roma. So, for example, victims of school segregations cannot get any more financial compensation. They need to, or they can accept actually trainings provided by the institutions that segregated them, or the new institution of school guards were introduced in 2021, and according to the Rosa Parks Foundation data, 67% of the schools that these school guards are actually employed are Roma majority schools. So it's about, again, control, depicting Romani children as violent and dangerous. So I think it's absolutely out there. Sometimes it's lower, sometimes it's higher, but I don't think that this is specific to Hungary. I think anti-Gypsyism is very, very heavily embedded in European societies, and actually it grew together with the European history. So it's not something that you can just I don't even know what is the right word for that, but like it coexists with the history of Europe. So, and Hungary is among those countries.
Do we as LGBTQ plus community perceive the pro-family campaigns of the Hungarian government as offensive? Well, I think first of all, we need to speak about the wide LGBTQ plus community. In the sense, there has been, I don't recall any research on this, which would be very interesting if they would perceive it. But for those in the know, it's very clearly this as offensive. Obviously, the family policy that Katalin Novak has set up here in Hungary is a very exclusive family policy. Rainbow families are very much excluded from it. She bans basically adoption for same-sex parents and so on. So it's very exclusive, the pro-family campaigns. It's not, again, it's especially for all families, but also looking at it from an international perspective, we know that pro-family language as the language that is being put forward by the anti-LGBTQ plus international groups to be used. I mean, the biggest anti-LGBTQ plus conference, which also was organized in 2017 here in Budapest, is called the World Congress of Families. So this pro-family narrative is something that has been used by anti-LGBTQ plus groups for many, many years, and it's the same kind of narrative as pro-life while it's being anti-abortion. So this is the same kind of narrative, it's the same kind of groups, same people basically who made up this marketing. Of this, it's a very good marketing, unfortunately, which seems to work. So it is something that we know it's coming from somewhere, and it's coming from these international anti-LGBTQ groups, especially the World Congress of Families, and linking this to you've been mentioning the demographic forum that is being organized here every single year. We also see next to the pro-family language, we also see that especially Katalin Novak, and she's really a leader on this on the international level. I do recall her giving speeches at the United Nations General Assembly just last year, where she was warning everybody for a demographic winter, given the demographic circumstances that Hungary is in, that there is a demographic decline, and we see this in the wider West, from Russia all the way to Spain. We see this happening, and it's basically referring, especially the word demographic winter, comes from conspiracy theory. It comes from a conspiracy theory that is being imposed in the 80s and the 90s by American evangelicals, called the demographic winter theory, and it is basically accusing abortion and queer people, LGBTQ plus people, for being responsible for the demographic decline. So we know where it's coming from. And it's very interestingly that now Katalin Novak, which obviously was already for many years and all of these circles moving around, she is now obviously also using the same words as these conspiracy theories that have been written down by American evangelicals back in the 80s and the 90s. So yes, so also, I mean, we need to also look not just on the pro-family side, but also the way that words as demography today are being misused.
Thank you very much. I think demography would be another topic that we could talk about it for an hour with the different point of view and the instrumentalization, and it would be relevant for all of the vulnerable groups that we represent here as organizations. But unfortunately, our time is over now. So I would like to thank a lot for you for having their brilliant thoughts and for this great discussion. Thank you very much. And thank you also for the audience. And I will give the mic to Bulcsú.
Thank you. Thank you for this great discussion, for this great panel. And now, without any break, I'm sorry for that, we're going to our next panel discussion, which will be about the relationship between hate speech and media. And the moderator of this panel will be Esther Neuberger, journalist at lakmus.hu, and participants of the panel will be Berta Balogova, editor-in-chief of SME Daily, Slovakian newspaper, Tamás Berec, general manager, International Network Against Cyber Hate, you know him already, Gábor Polyák, head of research at Mérték Media Monitor, and Joanna Szmanska, I'm sorry for my pronunciation, senior program officer at Article 19.
So, hello everyone. I know I'm in a difficult position that after you've been sitting here for a while to create a panel that is going to be engaging for you, but I have really good participants to be able to do that. As Bulcsú mentioned, the topic of this panel is hate speech and the media, and we have a very diverse panel which allows us to explore the topic from various different perspectives. And I really would like to start with Tamás, who is working for an organization that also has the role of being a watchdog that monitors how social media platforms are doing in countering hate speech. This is the elephant in the room because no one is here from social media platforms, but this is the place where I think we mostly encounter online hate speech and violence. So, Tamás, could you tell us about what the EU's code of conduct for countering hate speech is good for, and how do you push pressure social media platforms to deliver on their obligations by the code?
Yes, thank you. I think the code of conduct was one of the biggest changes in general when it comes to hate speech on social media. Before the code, there was practically nothing, that the EU or governments really, could do to pressure social media platforms to remove hate speech. And in general, what we have to kind of, take into account is that when it comes to hate speech, there is definitely a fine line for social media, where they don't want it to reach a level on their platforms that kind of, scares people away. But it's also content that generates a lot of attention and screen time. So it also earns them money. So it means, that we are kind of pushing them to spend more money to earn less money, which in business is usually, not the greatest thing. But on the other hand, I think they did realize by the mid-2010s, that it's becoming a too big of a problem, not to deal with it, not to do something. And the code of conduct in general, when it first came out in mid-2016, was basically kind of a wish list without any real enforcement put behind it. So the companies just signed, that, okay, we will assess reports on hate speech within 24 hours. We will provide this assessment to the reporters of the content. And if we find that it is indeed illegal or against, their guidelines, then they would remove it. And after a few months, the EU realized that there needs to be some kind of checking mechanism behind this. And this is when the first so-called monitoring exercise happened in late 2016, if I remember correctly, with around a dozen CSOs from all over Europe, many of them our members. And after that first monitoring, we also had multiple meetings with officials of the European Commission, especially from DG Justice, to kind of, hone in the methodology properly of the monitoring, because we had many issues with how it was kind of put together. But after about a year, it kind of really came together, and since then we had a methodology that we have been using, and since 2016 altogether, I think there's been 8 official monitoring exercises, and Enoch carried out also at least 4 or 5 so-called shadow exercises that are not organized by the Commission. They are not official, but we use the same methodology, and we kind of try to keep it much more on the down low in general, because one of our biggest issues with the monitoring rounds is that usually social media platforms very, very soon realize that they are happening. I mean, in the beginning, they knew when they started. That was one of our biggest problems at the time, you know, that you can't really check their proper response to hate speech reports if you actually tell them that, okay, guys, like now this is happening, so you have to pay extra attention to look good afterwards in the data. So that's one of the advantages of the shadow monitoring ones. And since then, we've been doing this. I think it has had many positive effects that are very much on the cooperation side between the European Commission, the NGO sphere, and the platforms. Since then, almost all of our members have become trusted flaggers on the biggest social media platforms. We have multiple roundtables and discussions with many of the platforms every year. They ask for our advice on their policy. So there's been a lot of extra cooperation, you know, happening thanks to this. But on the other hand, and I also think that there's been a lot of positive changes in how hate speech is monitored and removed from social media. But on that side, there's still long ways to go for sure. So the data that we see when it comes to assessment rates and answer rates within 24 hours and removal rates are highly fluctuating in general. There are massive differences between, you know, country to country, which also signals that in countries where the political will is there and you know, hate speech is high on the government's agenda, usually companies do better. Where it's less important, or in some countries even encouraged, you know, by the political sphere, then the willingness of companies is usually a bit lower. And there is also an issue of market sizes. So when it comes to languages that are spoken by 50, 60, 80 million people, there's usually a lot more moderation effort from the companies, whereas in smaller countries like Hungary or Slovakia or other places, you know, with fewer speakers and so on, it's usually, you know, falls on the wayside a little bit, moderation quite often.
Yeah, I was. I meant to ask this because I work in the field of disinformation, not as an actor but a counter actor, and the same problem we noticed there with Central European languages, that the detection of disinformation and, as you say now, hate speech is much harder, and really. To just follow up on this. So when it comes to hate speech online, it's the users reporting content and the response to that, and is there like a proactive monitoring effort from the platforms to see like actually maybe hate speech, notice hate speech in the content that's not reported or flagged?
You know, when it comes to the monitoring exercises, those are usually done manually, and there is no proactivity there from the platforms. But in general, you know, by now, moderation of content on especially the biggest platforms is done by algorithms, up to, I think, 95%. I think one time Facebook told us that about 95–96% of hate speech or other banned content is actually removed before even appearing on their platform. So it's filtered out by the algorithm, which, you know, brings in a whole other level of issues where we can very often end up in situations where we over-remove certain types of content while under-remove other more serious ones. Because very often these algorithms, even though they are becoming obviously better and better, they are often lack a lot of context, satire, and so on and so forth. So very often content is removed that shouldn't be. Also, which is another issue in general with this, is that very often we see now that the rules against hate speech are used by extremists or bad actors to mass report certain activist pages and so on and so forth, and try to kind of get them banned or shut down for a couple of months on Facebook or other pages, and often they succeed because there might be words in the posts or something that can can be detected by algorithms as hate speech.
And the last question to you, and then we move on to the next perspective, is that again, I can turn to the topic of disinformation, and as like Meta has this third-party fact-checker program, but the most open to debate characteristic of it is that they don't check content from politicians and political candidates to intervene in democratic processes and not silence opinion. Do you see the same behavior in hate speech?
Yes, absolutely. If it's hate speech, that comes from certain politicians or something like that, then companies definitely drag their feet because they feel that they are indeed start meddling in democratic processes, and stuff like that. So absolutely, we definitely see that, and also obviously there's a lot of money in political campaigning on social media that very often includes by now hate speech or at least harmful speech for sure, and that also won't be moderated for sure.
Yeah, so I think we thoroughly described the problem of hate speech on social media, and I would like now to turn towards traditional media, which due to changes in how we get our news, and that we mostly get our news from news feeds, or I don't know about your news consumption habits, but this is a trend that has been experienced. I'm turning to Beata Balogova, who is the editor-in-chief of a major Slovak daily. And in this environment where this gatekeeper role is of the past, how traditional media can, and if it wants to take up the role to counter hate speech, point it out, and also protect those who might fall victim to it.
I'm also Balog Beata. I'm an ethnic Hungarian, and as you said, it's my 9th year as an editor-in-chief of one of Slovakia's most influential and biggest dailies. And today my day started, I will share this, today my day started with a message saying that I have a satanic look, and with my evil influence, I'm infecting the minds of children with homosexual propaganda, and my whole family will pay for that. If this is going to be a day as any normal day, I will get at least dozens of similar messages. If this is going to be a little worse day, I get up to 50. And this is a mixture of sexist hate speech. This is a mixture of threats and all kinds of bullying messages. And I'm still much better up than some of my other colleagues. I would mention Maria Ressa. She's, as we know, the Nobel Prize laureate. She gets 9 hate messages in a minute, and rape threats, also around 9 in a minute. And I mentioned Maria Ressa also because some of the things I discussed with her, and she discusses very often with media, is linked to what our colleagues said. And she talks a lot about weaponization of social media, especially Meta. And if we consider the fact that today Facebook is the biggest platform that delivers information to people. In Hungary in 2022, over 7.4 million people were active Facebook users. In Slovakia last year, it was 3.6 million people. And given the fact that the Facebook algorithm is created in a way that it prefers emotions over facts, so we have a big problem because our news ecosystem is seriously damaged because we are getting news from an environment which is biased towards facts. And my comment to my colleague is that you actually mentioned one of the biggest problems we journalists face, and is the fact that politicians and political campaigns get a preferential treatment from platforms. Robert Fico, the great buddy of Viktor Orbán today, would hardly win elections if there wasn't Facebook. He was among one of the most popular people on Slovak, if we can talk about Slovak Facebook, and his interactions were among the highest. One of his deputies, Luboš Blaha, the guy who was banned by Facebook several times, he came back under different other platforms. Now he's very active on Telegram. He was the second one, despite Facebook and Meta taking steps against him. And now back to our role as traditional media. So as I described, disinformation is so strongly connected with hate speech and hate speech related consequences for the society. And we as traditional media, and I am saying it for years, this is not a journalistic issue. Disinformation doesn't exist because journalists do a substandard job, and hate speech doesn't spread that fast because we are not doing enough. And now we are getting to the point where I can see it in Hungary, that the fact that the government is one of the biggest disseminators of disinformation and also hate speech in certain areas puts you to the role that you are actually losing the ability to perform your gatekeeper role, because you become a reactive media. You respond all the time because you cannot help but to correct if the politician is spreading lies, but you really end up overlooking some of the very crucial issues that otherwise as a media would be your utmost responsibility to open up in a public discourse. Also regarding hate speech and the level of aggressiveness in public discourse, I sometimes feel like being in a noisy pub and trying to, in a calm voice, explain something when I try to open up really important social issues or healthcare issues. And I observed it over the past couple years also in Hungarian journalism, that, for example, commentaries are becoming more aggressive. They actually are more liberal towards swear words. And when they respond to politicians, they actually repeat the hate, what they are saying. And so that's a big challenge, because passively though, but we also pass on further those messages. So that's number one thing we can do. We have to navigate more carefully, like how we respond to the spread of hate. How do we respond to anti-LGBTQ propaganda, which is now one of the most intensive in Slovakia. Hungary is being the biggest exporter of these goods, and Robert Fico, actually following the authoritarian handbook of Viktor Orbán, he's really taking on not only the topics, but also the way how to talk about it. We haven't really mentioned some of the hate speech that today exists towards Ukraine. And you know, talking about Ukrainians as about people who are second-rank citizens, not actually full-value people. It's just happened yesterday that my prime minister actually, over did Viktor Orban in spreading hate against Ukrainians. I understand that by definitions of hate speech that might not be like a hate speech, but it is. And for me, it adds another challenge because the sexist hate speech concerns a lot of female journalists. We are actually one of the main targets in the country. So it also creates a mental health issue. Apart from really trying to keep up the numbers, that because we need to earn money, we are not supported by any government, we get no advertisement from the state, we have never did. So basically, it's another challenge how to help my colleagues not to quit journalism. And I have today 7 people who need mental support. I myself, I had situations when I needed professional help to tackle all the hate campaigns and hate issues. But back to something that's still traditional. I actually don't like that much traditional media because we are the media that innovate the most, and it's quite expensive to run a media like mine and all the disinformation media that's quite cheap. So we really have made a fundamental change in which we cover, for example, tragedies that involve attacks against minorities. We always try to explain, like we released explanatory texts for the readership, telling why we did certain things, why we used certain terminology. We admit if we are wrong. It really happened. There was a huge wave of sexual harassment case in Slovakia, and at the time when there was also a shooting against 2 LGBTQ people in Slovakia, we realized that we are very clumsy in using that terminology. And on the top of that, like there is a strong anti-wave, a propaganda which describes you as weak if you are using politically correct language. Because today, like all these liberal, they put it into the package of liberal trash, you know, and the way politicians respond to these events, it is a very sublime way of pumping the propaganda. So that's why I don't believe that the monitoring systems can catch on, for example, on social media, most of it, because they are between the lines. And that's what is really poisonous for the society. And maybe I talk too much, but if you have some...
There is one more question, and if you could like answer it shortly. I'm just concerned about the break and stuff. But like during election times or pre-election times, it's a thing that newsrooms do. It's customary to contact candidates for prime minister for an interview, and I'm curious that at SMA, how do you deal with far-right parties that will really likely be trying to spread hate messages in that interview? And I think it's easier with like written interviews, but when, for example, a politician goes on camera and there is a live situation, like, did you have this discussion, and how do you treat them as equally as other candidates, or how do you prepare for such scenario?
For many years we ignored them, but it turned out that ignoring them actually hit back because part of the society still considered them an equal political force. During the last election, we decided not to invite them to the political campaign, but it was helped by the statistics because they didn't reach the 5% support. But there is one more sensitive issue. Today, even if a party is characterized as a fascist party, a normal party, which was regular party 2 years ago, can have the very similar terminology. Robert Fico is today talking like the fascists spoke 2 years ago. And he legitimizes a lot of that discourse. And of course, Robert Fico doesn't talk to my media, and he would never come to any debate we organize. He hasn't given an interview to my daily for 10 years. But that's the big challenge, that, you know, outrageously fascist parties are now somehow transformed and merged into parties that are regular parties. Honestly, sometimes when I listen to some Fidesz people, I can't distinguish between, you know, the far-right Slovak party, because they are saying the same thing. Maybe more carefully, maybe not. They are not dressed in the uniforms of the wartime Slovak state. They wear, you know, suits, but they deliver the very same messages. So the approach is really to confront them and to have a control over the debate. And that's why we always prepare more carefully, and we always confront any statement that includes hate towards minorities. We confront, so that the reader doesn't get anything without your filter as a media responding that, you know, that's not true what you are saying.
Thank you very much. And I would move on to Gábor, because when we talk about hate speech and the media, I think that the role of national media regulators and legislation that is designed to counter hate speech is important to discuss. And you have been following how the National Media Authority in Hungary was being emptied out and instrumentalized for political purposes in the past 13 years. And when looking at the decisions of this media authority, how do you see this above described process has affected its role on safeguarding citizens from hate speech spread in the media?
Yeah, thank you. So if we are speaking about legal actions against hate speech, then the Media Council is only one of the possible players. And I have to say, I don't usually say any positive about this Media Council, because it is really not a neutral one. But in the case of hate speech, it has some quite good decisions, mainly not from the last years, but from previous years, from the first part of the 2010s. So the biggest problem is not the Media Council itself in this group of issues. So if we are speaking about the legal framework against hate speech in Hungary, then it began in the 90s, in the beginning of the 90s. 1992, that was the year when the Constitutional Court made its very famous decision about freedom of speech versus hate speech. Yeah, of course, 1992, totally other time, totally other circumstances, high expectations regarding the democracy. Everyone was very positive, and everyone had great expectations that Hungary will be a well-functioning democracy. And this kind of naivety is also mirroring in the decisions of the Constitutional Court. Interestingly, these decisions have a very strong effect on the thinking about freedom of speech, thinking about hate speech also nowadays. So even if we had the other regime change in 2010, we have a new constitution, fundamental law. The decisions from the beginning of the 19s are very important also nowadays. And this decision from 92, it said, this is the main message, that the law is not the best tool against hate speech. It is a problem of the society, and the main tool against hate speech is the society itself. The society has to fight against hate speech by excluding anyone who is using words that are part of hate speech and so on. And any kind of legal tools, and first of all, criminal law, is just the final case. And therefore, in this decision, the threshold was set up very high when to fight against hate speech with legal tools, and it interestingly came from the case law of the US Supreme Court, kind of clear and present danger measure. It means that only if the violence is very near because of the speech can the law, the criminal law, do anything against the speech. So this is the final point before the violence, even if it is not violence, but this is the speech that can lead directly to violence, to physical violence. And it is very difficult to find this point. It's a very theoretical point. And it was a big challenge for the courts and for the prosecution to define this point. And they couldn't manage it, I have to say. And it means it led to a very interesting situation. It's not a big issue to say that in Hungary, hate speech is a daily routine. Mainly, it's a very top-down kind of hate speech. But, bless you. If you are looking for decisions against hate speech cases, you will find only 2 decisions made by the Hungarian courts against anyone who committed hate speech. Because this threshold is so high and so unclear that it cannot be used in the daily legal practice. Now we have not only criminal law tools against hate speech, we have a new civil law. In this civil law, there is also an opportunity that anyone who feels that, how to say, his or her belonging is violated to any kind of groups can go to the court because of defending of personality rights. It is also not really clear how it is worded in the law, and the biggest problem is that it was mainly misused in the practice. It was used, applied in cases where the Hungarian nation was and the Christianity was violated. That was the subject of these decisions, and you cannot find any decisions regarding real minorities, ethnical or sexual or any kind of minorities. So it is a possible tool what is not only not used, but it is misused by the courts and by the citizens, of course. And we also have, and that was your original question, rules in the Media Act against hate speech, against incitement. And you cannot find a lot of decisions of the Media Council, but as I said in the beginning, the Media Council is the most active player in this field. If you are interested in cases that are in connection with hate speech, you mainly can find them in the reports of the Media Council. And there are some very interesting decisions. For example, you can find 2 decisions against Zsolt Bayer. The Hungarian people know he is a very important player of the, how to say, the political communication of the ruling party, and he's a very harsh communicator using hate speech every day. And you can find decisions from the Media Council against articles written by Zsolt Bayer. But there is no systematic defending, and this is my last point. So sometimes you can find good decisions, but there is no monitoring of hate speech in the media. There is no systematic monitoring of the hate speech. It's not a big issue for the Media Council. It is not active against the spreading of this amount of hate speech, what you can see every time in all kinds of media outlets. If they get a sign that they should do anything against this and this article or program, they will do if they want to. But they don't do anything to find this kind of communication. And the final point is that all kinds of legal tools, how to say, are aimed at specific cases. And we are living in an environment what is full of hate speech. this is the normal way how the ruling parties are communicating. What can you do against political campaigns that are anti-LGBTQ, anti-migrants, anti-anyone? So there are no legal tools against this kind of amount of hate, of spreading hate. So the law was not found out to fight against the political regime. This is the problem. And final point, one other opportunity on the side of the state, and this is what, of course, the NGOs are doing, is the education and making aware of the problem. And this is what also could be made in the schools by the ombudsperson and so on. It is an opportunity. So in an environment where the hate is so common, the only tool that you can effectively use is the education. And it is not only the responsibility of the NGOs. The NGOs are very good in this field. It is also, there are some elements of the state organization that could be much more active in doing this kind of educated future against hate.
Thank you. And of course, I forgot to encourage you to...
because I also, disseminators of hate are very creative and they learn from each other. So I will just say a short example, and it's so true that most of the hate that today is spread by politicians, you would not find specifically because they are not using the word. There was the biggest hate campaign in Slovakia was about politicians claiming, I am a male and I like women. It reached hundreds of thousands of people. It was on the anniversary of the shooting where 2 LGBTQ people were killed. And so how do you filter that kind of campaign? You know, when white males are bragging that they are males.
Yeah, I can only relate. Like if someone pronounces in a 10-minute long video your Jewish-sounding name 10 times, and you know it's like he just said your name, but you immediately start getting the messages from the. I agree. But Joanna, before I turn to the perspective that I really assigned for you, would you like to jump in from the Polish perspective to this discussion about media regulators? I'm asking because we used to be classmates in this with Hungary and Poland, so restoring the democratic function of the media regulator body is one of the key tasks that the new government took on, and I would like to ask you to tell us a bit about this process, and if so, how civil society members are participating or can participate in this.
No? Okay, sorry. Thank you for inviting me, and it's the first time I'm speaking on Poland after the elections. So I need to get used to a different perspective and different narrative. Obviously, all the reforms and all the changes that the new government would like to start and would like to proceed with will be extremely difficult, because if we are talking about a media regulator, it's a constitutional body. You cannot change it just with some legislative amendments. It's much more complicated. So this is, of course, that the new government says that they will take care of this, that this is one of their priorities, to depoliticize media regulation. Because the problem, it's not a new problem. It didn't emerge 8 years ago when Law and Justice came to power. Media regulation in Poland has always been politicized. So civil society and human rights organizations would like to believe now that if there is a reform, that it would be depoliticizing from any of the sides, and not that the new government just takes it as it is and turns it to their side. But this is a question for the future, because, like I said, media regulation it's not something you can change overnight. What has happened already, and this is really related to our topic of hate speech, Polish public service media, over the past 8 years, they used to be one of the main those who hate speakers, let's say. They spread hate speech against LGBTIQ people, against migrants, against political opponents, civil society, anyone who had just a different opinion than the government. And we, like Polish people, didn't call public media anymore. We called it just government mouthpiece, government media. And the level of propaganda, disinformation, and hate speech was enormous, and it was difficult to imagine that something like this is possible within the European Union. That it's not like I know very well the Kremlin narratives. I used to watch a lot of Kremlin media in the past, and seeing the same kind of narratives in the Polish media was a big shock for me back then, and no one really expected that. So it was a big problem. What to do with the public, especially with the public TV. And the new government very quickly, already in December, they decided to take it over, and they did it in a way that caused a lot of questions whether the takeover has been legal, and whether this takeover wouldn't be then simply overturned in courts. But the new government's narrative was like, look, we promised you that we will stop this hatred in the public service media, so we are doing it at any cost, even if it means finding some of the ways that perhaps can raise some questions. So, of course, for human rights organizations, for media freedom organizations, the process raised doubts and questions, and these questions still they're still there. But those who are in favor of how it happened, they say that, well, that was the only option, because if we hadn't done it this way, this public TV would be still right now spreading this hatred. So what else could we do? So now we are having this these two sides of the story, and what will happen next? It's a good question. Surely it's a huge challenge, and we would like to see this happening really in line with international standards, in line with legal standards, but it is extremely difficult to fix something which was damaged that much. So I think the example of Poland will be important for also others who are interested in how you can. Is it possible at all to fix all the damage that the previous government did to the media landscape? I would like to believe that it is possible, even if I personally as well
it's normal as a human rights defender, as I have doubts whether this has been done the proper way. But I also understand the question, but what if not, then would we be still allowing this this to spread and this to operate? So this is I think still an open question.
I would like to address one more question to you because you work for an international organization that promotes freedom of expression, media freedom, and also supports independent journalism, journalists worldwide. From your perspective, what do you think? How can civil society actors and media work together in combating hate speech? And since Beata drew in the issue of journalists being also the victims of hate speech, maybe also you have some activities on this field. Could you tell from Article 19's perspective?
So I will start with saying that for our organization, it is very important to emphasize that we believe that freedom of expression and the right to equality and non-discrimination are mutually reinforcing human rights. Because sometimes there are some views that, well, if you are a freedom of expression advocate, then for sure you are okay with everything that is being said online and offline. And this is not true. We believe that there is no free speech without equality, and vice versa, that there will be no equality without free speech, because the lack of free speech affects mainly, in the first place, marginalized communities, those who cannot be heard, those who cannot be, who are not that visible. So for many years we've been working in the field of tackling hate speech and also how to cooperate with media, with journalists, and their cooperation with civil society, how to strengthen it. And of course, in every handbook on tackling hate speech, you will find lots of ideas what media and civil society could do. And I can also now say all of this, but this is something that, if we are talking about an ideal world, because we have a different situation if we are talking about a place where, of course, there is hate speech everywhere, but we have different situation in different countries. So it's a different situation if we are in a country where we have hate speech spread by some private media and politicians, but not those who are in power. And it's a totally different story if we are facing a state-led hate speech campaigns, and when we are facing media capture, and when we have public media and all the main media outlets also in the hands of the government that spreads certain harmful narratives. In this scenario, more pessimistic scenario, it is much more difficult to tackle back, because we as civil society and journalists, we will never have the same resources, even if we fundraise a lot, the millions they have for their propaganda, it's something that we will never be able to get. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be doing anything, because it is still important to cooperate with cooperation between civil society and journalists. Those, like what was mentioned in the beginning, that you mentioned that you realized that some of the language in your articles was clumsy at the beginning, but it means that we are talking about journalists that realize that
there might be some gaps in knowledge, in education, and those who are open to get this knowledge. And then we have we can see lots of initiatives where civil society, where activists meet with journalists, with media outlets. They organize trainings on these narratives and on the language that concerns the group, the marginalized group. And in this scenario, yes, we have the situation improves. But this is when we are talking about the media that want to cooperate. But what to do with all the media that are on the dark side, let's say, and those who deliberately spread smear campaigns and deliberately spread hate speech. They don't even want to have any cooperation with civil society. They just they are not interested in that. This is a question that is, I think, difficult to answer for many of us. But anyway, it is important to have allies. And to work with these media outlets that are open for it, because counter speech is still one of the main, the main things we can do for tackling hate speech. So if we make sure that media outlets have access to experts on different communities, that they know who to reach, they know who to ask, and also they can, I know examples of such initiatives where civil society joined forces with media outlets, got some funding for this, and thanks to this, media outlet was able to publish very good quality, deep analysis articles concerning certain marginalized group, which is also part of the counter narratives, counter speech to what we can see from, for example, state-led propaganda. So, of course, I would still encourage these initiatives. They are very important. And I have such examples even from countries like Belarus, when you have no free speech at all, but still such initiatives were possible. So it is possible, and even if those on the other side are much more powerful, my opinion is that we should still continue joining forces and doing some joint work with media and civil society. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is a good way to re-involve the panelists who haven't spoken in a long while. I asked you previously to think of such examples for fruitful cooperation between civil society and media to counter hate speech. In the previous panel, there were representatives of organizations that work on hate speech targeting different minority groups. Maybe they would also be able to drop in nice examples they know of. But first, I would like to turn to you in this regard, and Tamás, you would maybe start if you were the first one to speak.
Yes. Yeah, I guess it's a bit difficult to give a different answer than what I already have during your previous question, because I think the best example, at least from our point of view right now, is really this cooperation between civil society organizations and social media platforms that was brought on by the Code of Conduct. And which process also shows, you know, that there must be a high-level political will behind this, because even before the code of conduct was in place, and even before the monitoring started, we did have some relationship to social media companies, but this you know, code really launched a whole new level of cooperation. And even, you know, in this kind of system that is fully backed by the European Union, it really took years and years to really get to the level where we are right now. And still, it's not easy very often. Obviously, there are, you know, opposing interests very often, and also, you know, you are dealing with people and representatives of social media who are very, very busy. So it's very hard sometimes, you know, to connect, and you know, there's a lot of other hurdles that need to be tackled. But in general, I think initiatives like this, especially when the political sphere really pushes for this to kind of work out and exist, because the EU was always very adamant about not just us doing the monitorings, and social media is kind of, you know, responding to that, but also on establishing regular avenues of discussions. That helps a lot, because obviously, you know, as civil society organizations, beyond publicity, but when it comes to hate speech, that's a little bit hard to generate. It's very, very hard to pressure, you know, giants like Google or Meta to the table without some kind of political push from the background.
And do you think that this, or do you see this endangered with the current, like with the European Union elections upcoming? So if this is really much dependent on political will, like the targeting disinformation, which I know problem is political will dependent. Do you have concerns?
You know, obviously, in the longer run, it's very, very hard to predict. For now, I don't really see any real threat or possibility for changes. I think, you know, the budget, you know, had been agreed upon for the next 7 years, and the support that the EU provides for these initiatives, you know, have been put in place. Obviously, if there will be a European Parliament that would really shift towards the far right or to populist parties, there could be political pressure to kind of suppress these initiatives. But I don't really see that as a very high possibility. There is a gradual move towards that a side of the spectrum, but it is very gradual, I think. So for now, no. In the longer run, there is definitely a possibility. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Beata, do you have actually experience in such a cooperation in your newspaper?
Yeah, it started 2 years ago. It's an international Dutch NGO which joins forces with the investigative center of Jan Kuciak and with the media. We created a database of online attacks and hate speech, and we journalists keep reporting and sending links and names, even emails, messages to this database. The next step was to create a connection with the police. And the goal still is to have special police officers who are trained to deal with that type of crimes. Because the big problem is that you don't have, I know in Hungary it's a similar problem, but also in Slovakia, that the police is not trained to deal with your cases. I reported my cases, and their question was, okay, so do you feel threatened and do you feel in danger? And I was saying, you should tell me if I am in real danger. So basically, that project is still on. I don't know what the fate of this project, the cooperation with the police, will be under the Fico government. it's a question, open question, but I consider this a very important initiative because it gives feeling to the journalists that you actually not only delete the hate mail, but you send it somewhere, and the police will be able to create a database of verbal offenders. And maybe I will just mention a case because I am one of those unique examples that my case, I won a court case against someone who attacked me verbally. It was a hate crime, a hate speech crime. A couple weeks after the murder of Jan Kuciak, there was a guy, a son of a lung specialist professor, who sent me over 1,000 messages saying that I should be cremated like my predecessors, the worst anti-Semitic hate and all kinds of hate. And after 4 years, because of some cooperation with Europol, they tracked him down. He went to the court. We won the court case. He was he got a conditional sentence, a 4-year sentence. But since it was publicized, it was a very positive example, and more journalists are now encouraged to report crimes, which is so important. And in this, we also cooperate with some of the NGOs because they also do this initiative to encourage journalists and offer them legal support. And I think that that's also one of the small steps you can take.
I think it's very important that you raised this because when we talk about hate speech and the media, and it's also my experience as a journalist that it's only starting to be normal now to talk about these various like insults and hate messages you get, and to look for support. Like we used to see it as part of the job, and you know that we have to take it, we have to be strong. And yeah, I noticed that there is a trend in like bringing it up to the light. Gábor, on the same line, do you have something to share that is worth following?
So from my position, maybe it is not so easy to say something, but yeah, what I can mention, of course, is our cooperation. So I am not only a scholar, but I also an active member of NGO Mérték Media Monitor, and we have this cooperation with Political Capital, Lakmus and AFP. This is the Hungarian Digital Media Observatory Against Disinformation. And it was several times mentioned, the notion disinformation. It is, of course, because of there is no hard border between hate speech and disinformation. Both of these kind of negative communication are aiming at a political environment that is polarized, that is that is building up enemies, that is dealing with non-existing problems in terms of so in terms of hating anyone who is not real ground of any kind of problems, but not speaking about real problems. So in this term, disinformation is a good point where you also can find some resources. This is a big problem that we are fighting without any resources against huge players with a huge amount of public money and so on. And if disinformation is on the table of the European Union, then you can find the funding for fight against disinformation, and in this indirect way you also will fight against hate speech, against this kind of populist polarization, polarizing communication what we are living in. So this kind of cooperation is existing, and my job as a teacher is, of course, every time a cooperation between myself and the students. And this is, for me, the most important issue for the long time, to speak about hate speech, to speak about the experiences of the journalists. And nowadays, it is very important to say that hate speech is existing. So there is a relativization of hate speech in the public communication. That is not hate speech, that is a too PC communication if you are saying that it is hate speech. No, hate speech is hate speech, and that was hate speech before, and it remains hate speech, and you have to find the borders that are not only PC communication, but it's illegal. It's a very huge problem of the whole society, not only for the minorities, but the whole society. And this is used by the politicians nowadays to build up this kind of polarized public sphere.
Thank you. And last but not least, Joanna, could you tell me an example of anti-hate speech cooperation between civil society and media that, in your opinion, should go in the textbook you mentioned?
Even more than one, but we have no time. So you mentioned students. There are a lot of great initiatives where civil society works with universities and faculties of journalism and LGBTIQ organizations, for example, or those who work with migrants. They have some trainings with these students to talk about the narratives and the language and hate speech. One of these examples, we had partners in Moldova doing this. I have even one positive example from Belarus, although it was a couple of years ago, and now it's not. It's a different reality now. But we cooperated with the Independent Association of Journalists. That was like reluctant to admit that hate speech exists, because they used to say, well, we work in such a horrible environment. There is like censorship, and you are talking now about some hate speech. This is another way of censoring us independent journalists that have such a hard situation anyway. But we worked, we tried, and we organized several roundtables with this journalistic association, with their commission of ethics, and representatives of marginalized communities, including women, LGBTIQ, migrants. And with time, this Independent Association of Journalists admitted that the hate speech exists, and they included it to their Commission on Ethics as an existing problem and as something that they should be paying attention to. Now, of course, after 2020 elections, all of them are in exile, but still continue working from exile. And I saw recently that now this journalistic association organizes conferences on hate speech, which means that it changed completely over just last 5 years. And one more example, how perhaps to tackle in an environment where when it's in more difficult environments. So there is an initiative in the UK, Stop Funding Hate, which comprises of volunteers that check who advertises in some of the problematic media outlets, let's say, that spread hate speech, and they keep targeting these companies with messages and questions. Why are you paying for ads in this media outlet? And this has been replicated in other places. The most recent case in Poland, there is a TV channel, Republika, that now like all the propagandists that work for the public service media, they moved to that channel. And when they started, they already started with there were several horrible expressions of anti-Semitic hate, anti-migrant hate, even saying that we can use Auschwitz in Poland to keep migrants there in those barracks. So horrifying things. And civil society started to use the same algorithm, so reaching out to companies that advertise on this channel, and many of them have already withdrawn. This is ongoing. We will see if someone is left, but the number of companies paying ads there is diminishing. So yeah, an example like this perhaps can be helpful as well.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing in this problem of monetization of hate speech. I think it would be a topic of a whole other discussion. I would like to open up the floor to the questions of the audience.
So one is that not for full monitoring, but would you think that the system that Gábor knows, that before the 2010 media law, there was a complaint commission in Hungary. I was a member for 10 years, and the balanced media board selected the members, and anyone could file a complaint. So that was a sort of institutionalized participatory monitoring, of course, far from being perfect. But so what do you think of such a system, perhaps even in the current police situation, because it can also help neutralizing to the extent it's possible? And the other quick question in the afternoon, there would be more talk about that, but still I would like to ask especially Gábor that how do you see the difference these days in the current media environment, which is so different from the one, say, 10 years ago? Can we, to what extent we can separate regulation of so-called hate speech anywhere, and in the media, for example, in television, which can be to some extent still considered as push media as opposed to the pull media type of communicatory channels, if such distinction still makes any sense. So, because earlier myself, and sorry I finish here, earlier myself argued for TV and radio, a content-based regulation was acceptable, I thought, while otherwise generally I argued for the imminent danger test that Gábor described, that no content-based regulation, and that's why I say so-called hate speech or quote-unquote hate speech, because we shouldn't be easy with labeling the speech that we may just not like as so-called hate speech. Thank you.
So monitoring and submitting complaints, I think, would be important also nowadays. So there is no capacity now in Hungary to have this kind of systematic monitoring of, now we are speaking about hate speech, but it could be also the unbalanced information and so on. I several times asked the opposition why they don't do that, why they don't have the capacity to monitor at least the traditional media content, at least the public media, to find the problematic, the illegal content. There are several. There are full of illegal content. But somehow they think that it is not their task. And the others, the NGOs, are not capable to do that because they don't have the capacities to have this kind of monitoring. I don't think that we could win billions of cases, but to push the Media Council, the prosecution and so on, it is an important thing. When the only result is that we can have the list of the cases where the media council or where the prosecution didn't do anything, it's not bad to have a communication, have a discussion with the European institutions. But we don't have the list because we don't have the capacities, and the parties, maybe they could have much more capacities. They are not interested in doing that. I don't think that this commission of complaints was very effective, but it was much better than the situation now. And the second question, it's a very interesting question. So how can you make any, how can you distinguish TikTok from television? It's the very same kind of consuming media content. I think, Peter, you also are not a big TikTok user. I'm either, but TikTok is just watching TV, very short programs. And this is the same if we are speaking about YouTube Shorts, if we are speaking about videos on Facebook or Reels on Instagram. So this is not a very clear distinguish between the different types of media outlets nowadays. It was much easier to say that on-demand is not under the strict rules of push media. But on-demand is nowadays everywhere existing. It is on your mobile, and on-demand is also, it became a push media through the habits of the consumers, how they use TikTok and how they use YouTube Shorts. So I cannot see the good solution for making effective and differentiated rules for the different types of media outlets. It's an interesting question, but I'm afraid we cannot answer.
Thank you. Any more questions? And I would collect those who still have questions.
Köszi. Just more like a reflection on the media authority. So their common standard reply to hate speech comments is that you have to negotiate with the one who did first to take down the content, which is very interesting because you should ask the person who said, I want to rape you and kill you and all these things to please remove the comment that you made. So this is basically a non-existent tool, just to know. And then one other thing is, when it comes to disinformation and misinformation, the problem of labeling disinformation and misinformation in certain topics is creating the martyrdom that is dwelling on this type of content. And when it comes to COVID-19, we saw, but also in Hungary, another topic is like the cash use of ordinary people. This is a topic where traditional mainstream media does not really negotiate, but it says it's stupid, it's against progress, and that's why AfD or Mi Hazánk, for example, is very happy to take on these projects. So just a warning for media workers that labeling things misinformation not necessarily means that the people who are interested in the topic will agree with you, but they will agree with those who talk about it. Just a note. Thank you.
Okay, other question? Okay, if not, would you like to reflect on that note? Okay, so we take that away in our heads. Thank you very much for the panelists. It was a great discussion, and wishing you a great rest of the day and fruitful other conversations.
Thank you so much for our panelists and for the moderator. And also thank you so much for your patience and for your interest. And now we have the lunch break. You find food and drinks out there. You can use both doors on both sides of the room. And unfortunately, we have to continue our conference at the time which is set in the program, so which means 20 to 2 p.m., which means 1:40. So please be back by that time, because we will have an online intervention from Brussels and we have to start on time.
Nagy öröm a konferencia szervezés.
Gentlemen, we continue our conference. I hope you enjoyed the food and also the coffee and tea. And I also hope that there was enough food for everyone. Now we will have an online contribution on the dilemmas and challenges of hate speech regulation across Europe. And our keynote speaker will be Louisa Klingwall, who is the head of the Fundamental Rights Policy Unit at the European Commission's DG Justice and Consumers. And her keynote speech will be then followed by a panel discussion on the same topic, diving more deeper into the same topic. But first, I hope, Louisa, that you're hearing me and you're with us.
Yes, hello.
Great. The floor is yours.
I hope that you can hear me. So thank you very much for inviting me to this really important event. Hate speech and hate crime is more of a challenge than ever to all of us in Europe. It's not a new phenomenon, but as you already spoke about this morning, every time we face a critical external event, hate speech and hate crime spikes in Europe. And of course, freedom of expression sits at the very heart of the European fabric. It's enshrined in the Charter of Fundamental Rights. But our European Court of Human Rights have also made it clear that it extends to information that shocks and disturbs and offends. And can include criticism of religion or ideology and beliefs. But this should be distinguished from acts that incite to violence and hatred against individuals because of their religion, ethnicity, race, or nationality. And this can be limited under the European Convention. We often hear that there is no common definition of hate speech and that hate speech laws infringes freedom of expression. And I would disagree on both of these points because, in fact, there have been a number of efforts by the top human rights bodies in the world to consolidate the concept of hate speech and when it can be limited. And I think the Council of Europe recommendation to complement our sister organization in Strasbourg on combating hate speech, adopted in 2022, is particularly helpful because it contains a very broad definition of hate speech and it distinguishes it in its different characters, from the type of speech that is even criminal down to the type of speech that cannot be limited, but it still feeds stereotypes and prejudice, but where we need other policy measures to respond to it. We also, of course, at the European Union level, have a common legal framework on hate speech and hate crime. Here we have the 2008 Framework Decision on Racism and Xenophobia. It requires all the member states to criminalize hate speech, public incitement to violence and hatred based on race, color, religion, descent, national or ethnic origin. It also requires that a racist or xenophobic motivation when a crime is committed is taken into account when setting penalties. But of course, the Commission is also extremely concerned about hate that affects other groups, including homophobic hate speech, misogynistic hate speech, etc. And really affects these groups' abilities to freely participate in the democratic discourse. So in December 2021, the Commission adopted communication, which was accompanied by a decision that if adopted by the Council, could extend the list of EU crimes in the treaty to also include hate crime and hate speech. However, so far I've been speaking about the legal definitions as well as what the law covers. But to make a difference on the ground, we really need to work with the whole enforcement chain. We can have perfect laws, but if they are not applied, they're not going to help anyone. We work very closely with the member state authorities and civil society and international organization in our EU high-level group on hate crime and hate speech. In this context, we have dedicated expert groups that we organize together with ODIHR, FRA, and CEPOL, where we work with very important points for hate speech and hate crime, victim support, but also data recording. We need to have data about the problem to be able to address it, and also in training law enforcement in both taking care of hate crime and hate speech victims in a correct way, but also in how to conduct an investigation in relation to these crimes. Of course, the measures that we take to pursue the author of hate speech offenses need to be accompanied by measures to ensure that hate speech narratives are not allowed to spread and go viral online. What is illegal in the offline world is also illegal online. Here we have the Code of Conduct on hate speech, which I think some of you are well acquainted with because you're working with it. And here we have put in place a solid monitoring system to ensure, together with civil society, that we can evaluate the IT companies' commitments to assess and take action on illegal hate speech in the majority of cases within 24 hours. This is a fully voluntary approach. And I think the success that we have had under the Code of Conduct shows that when addressing a phenomenon like hate speech and hate crime, we have to have a very wide toolbox. It should not only consist of legal measures, it should include voluntary collaboration with industry and stakeholders, and it should also engage with all the stakeholders, including the potential victims and groups that are affected. And in respect to online hate speech and the responsibilities of online intermediaries, the Digital Service Act, which was published in October 2022, will provide a significant step forward. It will require online platforms to have in place notice and action systems to help remove illegal hate speech, but it also recognizes the role of the very largest platforms. These are the new town squares. This is where the political and general debates in our societies take place today. So to deal with the role that these platforms have for democracy, the DSA requires that they assess systemic risks on their platforms in respect of spread of illegal content, including hate speech, but also in respect to the fundamental rights of the users of these platforms. And the role of civil society to help enforce the DSA will be potentially very important, and projects such as this one will continue to feed the process of understanding what the risks are in the online environment. Codes of conduct will also continue to play a major role. The success of the Code of Conduct of hate speech very much helped to shape the DSA and to foster this collaborative approach that we need to have good quality content moderation. The DSA encourages the establishment of voluntary codes of conduct and see them as important mitigation measures for the very large online platforms to deal with potential systemic risk that they face. In cases that there are significant systemic risks, the Commission may even invite very large online platforms and relevant stakeholders to participate in the drawing up of a code of conduct. And of course, the DSA has now fully entered into force for the very large online platforms. So we in the Commission are currently in the process to identify, together with the IT companies, and we've also started to consult with the outside world, including our civil society partners, how the code of conduct can become an even more powerful tool in the future. And the novelty in our thinking here is that we would like to use this as a tool to feed intelligence from civil society on trends and changes in the landscape of hatred that they experience to the platforms, to allow them to, before the content goes viral, take steps to adjust the content moderation policy. So this could be, for instance, when you see that something is brewing in terms of hate speech after a crime has been committed in a particular region or in the context of local elections. So it's more of a preventative step than sending notices through. This work, however, will of course very much continue. Following the very tragic events that unfolded in the Israel and Gaza situation since the 7th of October, we again see a very, very worrying trend of increase in hate speech and hate crime. And it seems to affect in particular Europe's Jewish and Muslim communities. And to face the urgency in tackling this problem, the Commission adopted on the 6th of September a communication, No Place for Hate. And here we aim to really step up again EU efforts to fight hatred. And we will carry out a number of actions. There will be more money towards protecting places of worship and where people are. The new code of conduct on hate speech will be an important tool to help address the spread of hate speech. There will also be activities to engage with society as a whole to ensure that various EU initiatives reach their full potential. And I think that I will stop here because I think that I delayed you all a little bit. So I am very interested to participate in the panel discussion that will follow. So I will stop here. Thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions during the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luisa, for your important speech. And now I would like to ask our panelists and the moderator of the panel, Katalin Sajbé from the Hungarian Helsinki Committee, to come forward to the table. Participants of the panel discussion will be Tamás Dombos, Project Coordinator of Háttér Society, Luisa Klingvall, András László Papp, Research Professor at the Hunren, I don't know how to pronounce it in English, Center for Social Sciences Institute for Legal Studies, and also Professor at the Eötvös University Faculty of Economics, and Erzsébet Szalayné Sándor, Deputy Commissioner for Fundamental Rights, Ombudsman for the Rights of National Minorities in Hungary.
Does it work? Yes. So hello and welcome everybody back after lunch, and hello Luisa, and thank you for your very exciting and very challenging keynote speech. And now I would like to give the floor to all the panelists who are all very long time and renowned experts of this topic, of the topic of hate speech online and offline from different perspectives, to share their thoughts a little bit about European legislation and the challenges it poses to all of us about hate speech. My first question, or the first issue I would like to raise with you, is what you believe that in today's very difficult situation and all these complex issues we are dealing with, which kind of legislation is more effective? Are hard law or soft law instruments the more effective in combating hate speech, online and offline hate speech? And how do you consider the current framework of legislation? Do you think it is an optimal mix of hard law and soft law instruments, or would you rather change it up, mix it up a little bit? So who would like to begin? I wouldn't like to impose any. Okay, András, please.
Okay, thank you, and thank you very much for having me here. We received 2 questions that we will probably be exposed to, and I was hoping not to need to comment on the first one. I have some thoughts on the second one, if that actually gets raised. I'm not a very, usually I'm not, my focus is not a technical one. I'm not actually a practicing lawyer. I don't even have a bar exam, unlike you guys. But surprisingly, my answer will be a technical one. So when it comes to law, as a social scientist, which I consider myself, I always begin my assessment saying that law is simply the end of political discussions, and this really, and not all the discussions will end up in legislation, but most of them will. Even if we're talking about policy solutions, it would, at the end of the day, will be, I don't know, tax laws and so in this regard, I'm not really concerned about whether it's soft law or hard law, as long as it's law. The really question is, what do we want to do about hate speech? And it's going to be a political question. We're talking about this week, the AfD has 25% support in Germany. In some Länder, it's 30. It's an entirely political question whether some forms of speech are facing criminal or legal sanctions at all. What I want to point out, and this is where my technical response comes, is there are 4 main ways how law can sanction speech. And it's also not entirely clear which is, what is clear is the strongest legal response to speech, to sanctioning speech, is criminal law. You say something and you go to jail or get fined or something. What's not in that's one option. The other option is civil law. That is, if you, and for example, this is what the recent Hungarian legislation goes for, that it's also a civil sanction, it's a violation of dignity, and you can sue someone. We don't really have an extended jurisprudence in this. We don't know what the courts are saying. Some actually can say that this may even have a more chilling effect than criminal law, because if you're actually sanctioning companies or the media or people expressing their speech, and you get fined for that, you don't go to jail, but you get civil fines, that can actually chill and freeze speech even at a more severe level than criminal law would go. So that's another way. Another way to go is, and this is what I'm most intrigued by, is administrative law, in particular anti-discrimination legislation. So one of the recent, and I can go on and talk about this because this is really inspiring, is how, for example, the concept of harassment can be joined with the concept of mostly in the context of political or speech by politicians, that is to create a humiliating environment that amounts to discrimination, and whether we can deal with that. And actually administrative law, anti-discrimination law, is, I think, the most or the least dangerous way to approach this question. I think this has the least effect on how, on chilling speech. And of course, I agree with the previous speaker that this is an unhealthy simplification to say that, well, we have speech on the one hand and then we have hate speech on the other hand, and every sort of hate speech legislation is an inherent and unacceptable and highly problematic limitation of free speech. But technically speaking, it is. These are the discussions we have, and I will stop here in a moment, with our colleagues when we're talking about hate crimes, that, well, there are hate crimes that are actually physical violence of some sort, and then hate speech is a very different type of harm that is being caused. Technically, or I guess politically speaking, and also legally speaking, as a constitutional lawyer, it's very, when you have this sort of the balancing procedure of having, considerations for one right on the one hand and another right on the other hand, when it comes to classic, the narrowly defined hate crimes, we don't really have a problem there, because no one has a right to beat someone up, right? You don't have to balance anything like that. Speech is an essential, human quality. This is how we do all sorts of things. This is how politics works. This is how, confessing love, it's very important. It's very essential for humans to engage in communication. So I think these are the, I guess, junctures of what I see as avoiding answering your question.
You first.
Yeah, I think thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Tamás Dombos and I work for Háttér Society, which is the oldest and largest LGBTQI organization. My specificity, besides working specifically on LGBTQI issues, is that I'm not a lawyer, unlike all the other three people on this panel, or four people on this panel. But I've been working in our legal aid service, monitoring hate speech online, contributing to the code of conduct monitoring, as well as launching legal cases against hate speech in various forms, in various legal fora, all of the ones that András have mentioned. So that's the experience from which I'm talking to. And I think when it comes to the question of soft or hard, I think we should start from what exactly victims of hate speech expect from a system, or what we can expect from a system. And I think there are three things that are crucial, and unfortunately those three are very difficult to combine. And the three things is speed. We want the harmful speech to disappear as fast as possible. Because if we need to wait 2, 3, 4 years for a criminal procedure to have a legally binding outcome at the end, by that time the harm has been done, the impact has been done. So it has to be speedy. But on the other hand, we also want some kind of transparency, that we understand what are the reasons why a content was removed or sanctioned, why a person. And we also want people to be guarantees in the system that removal or sanctioning is not done in an arbitrary way. So there needs to be some kind of appeals procedure. And unfortunately, those are very difficult to combine, because if you want a speedy, you can't have like multiple layers of a procedure. If you want transparency, that also needs a lot of efforts to make that procedure transparent. So I think the only way to go about it is to have multiple fora and multiple ways of handling hate speech. And I think that's where the system is going to. So we do have the code of conduct, which offers a very speedy procedure. I'm not sure it offers the level of transparency that we would expect from the system. Maybe the reporter gets back some kind of feedback, if they get back, but the public doesn't know what happened. The public doesn't know what kind of content was removed, what was deemed unsuitable for Facebook or Twitter. We don't even know aggregate information about how much content was removed and for what reason. So there is a complete lack of transparency in the implementation of the code of conduct. And regarding the appeals, well, some of the platforms set up some kind of appeals procedures, but they're very new, so it's very difficult to say anything about what's happening there. When it comes to the hard law aspect on the European level, well, we have the framework decision, but it's a framework decision. It's not even a directive, let alone a coherent system that is the same. The definitions are not there very clearly. And unfortunately, what we see, and I think this is the political problem of hate speech, even if there is legislation which is clear, it's just simply not implemented, as it is in the case of Hungary. We have criminal law sections against hate speech, which is simply not used. And the reasons for that is very complicated. There have been several efforts to update it, but it seems like there are certain institutional barriers for the proper implementation, and I think some of the other questions that are coming up will help us answer why exactly that's the case.
Thank you. Thank you also for the invitation. And well, my perspective is somehow different from that what we have heard until now, because I am, from my normal profession, I'm a professor for international public law and European law. In the last few years, I had the possibility to as an ombudsperson, to go beyond the law and to experience what does it mean if public officials, authorities do not really understand the social circumstances of certain persons and groups, and this is which leads me to the impression that there is no real, or there is no one-size-fits-all model of how to combat hate speech and what should be the balance between hard law and soft law regulations, or hard law and soft law, or soft law tools, or only soft tools. Because yes, law is law, even if it is soft law. But as we well know, when we look from up, down, going up, we have a perspective from up going to down. Then in international law, as high you go and as general and as universal the treaty is, or a legally binding document is, it is more and more abstract. So you come at the end to principles. And it is at the end of the day the obligation of the states to make and to pass really hard law instruments, as it was said by András a few minutes ago. This is why, in my logic, and I was I had also concrete experiences as a member of the advisory committee of the Framework Convention on National Minorities, which has also the Article 6 and paragraph 2 of the Article 6, which gives the possibility to advisory committee passing only opinions, which is what? Well, max it is soft law about the state of affairs in different countries of members to the Framework Convention on National Minorities. And I have to say that, but the Article 6, paragraph 2 of the Framework Convention is closely connected to Article 14 to the advisory to European Convention on Human Rights. And at the beginning of the 90s, when the Framework Convention was drafted, it is perhaps not well known, that part of the events, but when it was drafted, then it was clear that Article 6, paragraph 2 is only connected to national minorities, national ethnic minorities. But there is a need in the framework of the Council of Europe to have a general possibility and general body which mandate is to monitor in general the situation and I mean racism and in the member states of the Council of Europe, and of course also hate speech. So this is why, if you look, for example, to the opinions which were given by the advisory committee in the last few years, then to the 36 member states, then you will see also in the Hungarian opinion, which was made public in 2020, one and a half year ago. Or you can see some standards, some trends about hate speech, and you can, for example, come to the conclusion that the main target, the main group of persons which are somehow subject of hate speech, either as perpetrators or as victims, are the young generation, Z and I and Y. Y, yes, is the newest one, the freshman. Okay, so what I wanted to say, and yes, you and the channel for their communication is the online sphere, the different online platforms, meaning you cannot reach them, you cannot change their attitudes to hard law. And that is too far away from them. So you have to start with soft law or soft tools. And this leads us to the need of education, which was many times mentioned today, I think. And if, well, I was thinking a bit about, I don't know if it is correct, please forgive me if the comparison will be a bit too hard, but if you would think about the needs, how to combat hate crime, what kind of tools you should use, hard law tools or soft law or the mix of this, then you have to imagine a kind of Maslow pyramid. And the lowest level, which the size of the lowest level depends on very many things. I mean, age of the population or the group which is a target, or the profession, or many other characteristics. And then on top of that, you can come with, well, on the lowest level, you have soft tools, education, teaching materials, building local communities, and so on, involving the youth. And then go further with soft law tools, and then with national laws, and then international, and so on. So I think I don't know if this comparison is somehow not taken from too far away, but well, I can imagine. Well, this is my answer to your question, is that I don't think that without a significant, I mean, for me, soft law tools are number one. And without soft law tools, depending and again, stressing that there is no one-size-fits-all model, I don't think. And the hard law can come afterwards. Without soft law tools, you do not reach anything with hard law.
Thank you very much. And Louisa, please share your thoughts.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think I would have to agree very much with previous speakers. I mean, the law, I mean, the easiest thing we can do is to legislate. It's pretty simple. I mean, it takes a few months. We have to negotiate with the co-legislator, and then we have a law. But we cannot kind of wash our hands there, so to speak. First of all, to the extent that we have put a legal framework in place, we really need to do the hard work of ensuring the correct implementation. And with that, I'm not only talking about ensuring that the member states implement it and transpose the legislation correctly, but also that it is enforced. And I mean, there we have a number of obstacles. I mean, it could be lack of willingness, lack of resources. In the area of hate speech, I think a very large problem is the fact that these are not considered as the most serious type of crimes, but at the same time, they're incredibly expensive to investigate. Normally, you don't know who the offender is or where this person is, and it requires a lot of resources and efforts to investigate. So I think improving, for instance, capacities with law enforcement in terms of cyber investigation skills, ensuring that there's access to all the necessary open source tools to help investigate these crimes is incredibly important. But of course, the criminal law side is only a very small part of it. And within the criminal law, we have to work with both soft law and hard law and capacity building in particular. Outside the field of criminal law, clearly, as was already mentioned, education is incredibly important. But I also think since the online world is very much the vector for this, we need to go beyond traditional education. We need to look at successful counter speech methodologies. And we've seen in the past a lot of, we have campaigns where we say no to hate, but I think it's chiefly watched by those of us that are already convinced by this narrative. So having more understanding of the radicalization process of the persons that spread this content and how to help de-radicalize through a dialogue, I think will be very, very important moving forward. So overall, I think that what we need is a really good policy mix of different instruments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your answers. And I think we can say that you all agree on the fact that a very wide range of measures is needed. So you told lots of measures that are indispensable to be effective against hate speech. You spoke about education, about quick and transparent procedures that are needed to step up, about the concept of harassment that can be used against hate speech, about the need of very effective enforcement, about successful counter-speech strategies. I think these are all very, very interesting and very useful tools. And now my second question would be, or the set of second questions, how do you consider the use of all these tools? Is it effective? The current use of all these tools? Is it effective from the perspective of the victims of hate crimes? And do you consider all these tools and the other tools effective, considering all the marginalized groups you represent, or the other marginalized groups that have been represented or have not been represented today, and also the society as a whole, as a functioning democratic society? So are these tools now effective from all these perspectives? I hope my question was clear.
It's the same order. Thank you. That's a very good question, and I've been thinking about it. But before thinking about the answers, I was actually stuck with the question itself, and I think it really relates to a lot of things that have been mentioned earlier. Is that my question is who are the victims really? I mean, I think this is a very important question of definition, but again, it's a highly political, not a legal, but it's a very, very political question. So and I think there's a stark difference when we're talking about the offline and the online world. One can just say that as long as you can always just leave Facebook. I mean, if you're really troubled, but you don't. I mean, there's an argument saying that there is a very important difference between the classic pre-internet hate speech, where there's this clear and present danger, incitement to violence, and then there's a captured audience, and so people are directly exposed to the consequences of harmful speech, and if this whole the pyramid of hate from speech to bias and then actions based on bias and leading to violence and even genocide at the end. So there's a straightforward potential, direct potential in a straightforward progress from one to another. That's one thing. The other thing is that, well, you can always just log off. Where do we actually draw I mean, are these concepts that we've traditionally been thinking in terms of hate speech, again, clear and present danger, captured audience, how do we adjust this when we talk about the hybrid life that we live in the online and the offline world? So that was one of my questions. And I think, I don't have an answer to this, but I would need that in order to answer your question. And also the other thing is that, which again, I am no enemy, but of identity politics. In fact, I'm a student of these processes, and I'm fascinated by all that goes. But that actually, again, touches on the core and essence of who are the victims. What are we talking about? Agents? Are we talking about people who claim to be speaking on behalf of communities? And the question comes in that, you know, how loud their voices can be heard, and how is our perception and definition of victims framed, and how you know, who are the actual victims? We have seen the traditional list of protected characteristics in anti-discrimination law and hate crime legislation. We have, you know, a standard 5 to 7 or 10 definitions, and then we have more and more. We have a proliferation of groups coming in and say, okay, we also want to be protected. And again, who gets to say that, okay, well, that has been enough, that has been, because traditionally the very, again, of course, I'm simplifying arguments here, but traditionally the argument when it came to hate speech was that, well, generally speech should not ever be restricted because that's so important for us, but we can have legitimate exceptions. Okay, we can say that the Holocaust deniers, you can't do that. This is just really, you don't get to say that. You can say whatever you want, but that is off limits. And then maybe we can extend the list of exceptions. But the question is this theoretically sustainable? Is this, you know, does this traditional model for how do we, you know, where do we draw the general line of speech that can be restricted? So these are my, you know, the questions that I'm fascinated by you know, by following the you know, the social and political and whatever developments in the world. And again, I come back to where I started. So this is a political question. As a constitutional lawyer, I don't really have a problem leaving it to the very complex dynamics and interactions of all sorts of actors in politics. Of course, there are limits. We have clear limits that you know, international, you know, human rights bodies have pretty much in sync, have developed, okay, that there are some limits, but within that we have a very wide range of appreciation that, you know, policies can go forth, and various agents, various actors can sort of, you know, engage in a dynamic relationship. So for example, in Hungary, we don't usually use Hungary as a good example, but in this case I think we can say in the past, in the first 2 or 3 decades after the political transition in Hungary, there has been a table tennis between the Constitutional Court and various, you know, legislative attempts to criminalize hate speech. So there was a law, and the Constitutional Court said, no, this is not good, and it went on, and then at the end of the day, the new constitution adopted in 2011, which again we can say, talk a lot about that, but in a sense, I think it's okay. The people said that, okay, with the constitution, we're resolving this issue. This is the will of the people. Let's not get into, you know, the broader context of that. And you know, the term that is used over constitution, I think that's a part of a normal process, saying, okay, now the constitution will end this table tennis, you know, interaction between the Constitutional Court and Parliament. We say that hate speech is allowed. Criminalizing hate speech is allowed. You know, human dignity is beyond, you know, you know, can prevail over speech in certain points, and that's it. This is how we want to end this discussion. And you know, from my point of view, this kind of, you know, makes sense. I don't particularly have a problem with that as a constitutional lawyer. Again, not having answered your question, but you knew that.
Yeah, there's a lot to react to, and there was a lot to react to in the question as well. I think the question of who is the victim is crucial, and I think it's related to the practical difficulties of having proper implementation and transposition. Because the kind of hate speech that targets particular individuals is quite easy to handle, and I don't think that's super problematic. There are civil law sanctions that work. You simply sue the person that said nasty things about you, and you will be awarded some kind of compensation for what happened to you. If it's a criminal law, you as a victim go, you report a crime, and it will be investigated. If you don't like what the reasoning of the things that the police did, you can have, as a victim or as a concerned party in the procedure, submit a complaint that will then be decided by someone else, etc. The difficulty comes when the hate speech is not targeting individuals but whole groups, when it's the whole Jewish community, the whole LGBTQ community, because there, neither in civil nor in criminal law, there is no victim. And that's the difficulty. In the civil law, it's clear who can start in the procedure. Now, the Hungarian law has a solution for that. It can be any NGOs representing minorities, of course, the selected minorities that are mentioned in the constitution and in the civil law, civil code, and that we have to be very clear. LGBTQI people are not protected in that way. In the civil law, sanctions are not there in place because LGBTQI people are not mentioned in the closed list of groups that can have that civil law solution. And in the criminal law, well, you're not considered, and this is the practice of the Hungarian authorities, police and prosecution, and unfortunately courts as well, there is no one to take the place of a non-individual, of a group. There used to be solutions in our criminal procedure law that in that case, when there is no clear victim, an NGO can come in. That's no longer there. There is no entity that can somehow enforce and complain and then push the cases forward. And that's why the criminal law sanctions are not used in Hungary, because it's not used by the police, it's not used by the prosecution, but there is no one who can challenge those decisions in court. And there are plenty of cases where the courts are saying it would be really great to finally have cases in front of us that we can decide so that we can upgrade our earlier jurisprudence in line with the new constitution that was adopted. But there are no cases on which the court can come in and say, this is the new standard based on the constitution, because it's just unlitigatable. So that's a very specific problem that we have, and I think it's a problem in many countries that in the criminal law sanction world, it's very difficult to attack that kind of hate speech if there is no legal entity that is not the state, but someone else who has an independent position in the procedure. So I think that's the difficulty with the why the implementation is problematic and why there is no easy solution for that. But there was another part of the question that I wanted to respond to, and it is the procedure or the legislation, victim-centered? Are the needs of the victim met? And I think we need to understand what are the needs of the victim. And of course, there are many aspects to it. It might be around safety, because if someone gets personally targeting threatful messages, it's a question of safety, personal safety, and surviving. That's a very specific need that needs to be responded. I don't think in most of the countries, if someone receives those threats, there would be any kind of police intervention that, or even advice given to the person what to do or what not to do. And if it's done, it's probably done in a way that is only undermining the human dignity of the person, saying things like, well, don't be so public about your sexual orientation, about your religion, or something like that. That's most likely the guidance that you would get from police. And then the other aspect is some kind of sense of justice or a response to the fact that when there is hate speech, it's basically giving you the message that you don't belong, that you don't matter, you're a second-class citizen. And victims simply need a counter message saying, no, you do belong, you are not a second-class citizen, you are just a person of equal worth. And this message can come from a lot of actors. It could come from the criminal justice system or any kind of justice system, but it could come from friends, it could come from family, it could come from mates, from colleagues, from politicians. There are many bodies that could deliver this message, but of course the difficulty is we're talking about minority groups that don't have that support network very often that could easily say that. If they are belonging to minority religious groups or minority ethnic groups, who will be their colleagues or who will be their mates who just stand up for them? And who will be the politician that does that? And it would, in many cases, for a victim to not feel threatened and not feel the impact of that rejection that's coming from hate speech, it would just take a few words of saying, you should not take this seriously, or take it seriously, but this is not the whole community. This is not the majority. This is a few individuals or a small minority of the society. But unfortunately, in the current Hungarian context, you get exactly the opposite. The government would not, or the politicians or public figures would not deliver that message, but even a message that fosters hate against these groups.
Thank you. I do not have the real answer to the question, but I would put few more questions. The one question was, if I understood well, that how effective are the victims' rights now, or how was it somehow part of the question?
How effective is the legislation from the perspective of victims?
So, first of all, I think that, and of course, it's clear that it's hard to define who is a victim, and it is also very hard to understand or to find someone who is speaking for a group or a community of persons. But for me, one more question is, and I think that the victims' rights, we cannot speak about the effectiveness if we are sure that the person who is a victim has internalized the fact that there is regulation, there is a law which tries to help, which tries to give some compensation, which tries to protect the person, to give to the person a possibility to go to court. Without that, it is very hard for a person who possibly is a victim to behave as a victim. This is one point. The other point or question, if as you like, is which I would like to raise is the police officer, the policeman might be in a situation also a victim, and in another situation he is a policeman representing an authority, and he has to follow the rules which are there for the protection of the victim. So the question is, if the policeman is clearly following the rules, not doing anything else but following the rules, not going beyond that, not having emotions towards the person who is a victim, well, I would say that he has done what he has had to do as a police officer. But I think that we should not stop here, and it is not enough. That's the 0 point. You have to somehow go further. Also, in the case of a police officer, he has to accept that, for example, the regulation which is in favor of the victims is something which is needed in a democratic society. And this you can only achieve with hard law tools. You cannot go beyond that point, beyond that 0 point. And this leads us to the, what's the English name for that? Organizational culture or whatever. I mean, somehow, yeah. So, these are only, again, question marks and points we have to raise when it comes to the effectiveness of the legal regulation about the victims' rights.
Thank you very much, and please, Louisa, share your views on my questions, and maybe, if you would like, also on the other questions that have been raised by the panelists.
Thank you very much. I mean, in a way, I think this is an excellent example of, I mean, the difference between the law and its effectiveness, because in terms of the laws at the EU level in respect of at least racist and xenophobic hate speech, I think the laws are there. I mean, the framework decision applies to both individuals and groups. It's not requiring that a complaint is based or that there is an individual person with locus standi. I mean, these are not personality crimes. These are crimes that should be pursued directly by the prosecutor. In terms of how the victim is being treated from the moment they arrive to the police station or report the crime, and in the follow-up, we have the Victims' Rights Directive, which provides a number of specific rights to vulnerable victims, including victims of hate crime offense. But are they effective, was the question. And I think that we have to admit that when we look at all studies that have been made, which asks the minority groups about whether they've been subject to hate speech and hate crime and whether they have reported it, we see that there is a very, very large problem of underreporting. And that underreporting stems from a lot of the issues that were raised today. It's the fear of not being heard, fear maybe of even being of double punishment, because you might even receive an attitude when you report that will victimize you once again. So yet again, it is a question of implementing this on the ground, not only looking at what does the letter of the law say in country X, Y, and Z, but how is it implemented and what are the resources put in place to implement. And I think here, I mean, as was mentioned, the organizational culture, training of law enforcement to meet with minorities in their needs are incredibly important. So yeah, I think that would be my answer to the question.
Thank you very much, Luisa, and thank you for all your answers and for all your questions you raised. I think even more questions have been raised than the ones that have been answered, but this is good this way because it shows that there is still plenty of things to explore and to maybe rethink in all these very complex topics. And not only from the point of view of legal regulations, if I understood all your views correctly. And Luisa shared the concept of underreporting, which I think is a very, very important concept in this field and also in the field of hate crimes and discrimination in general. And this leads me to the third question, to the importance of the third topic, that can maybe some kind of strategic litigation be useful to multiply the effects of the existing regulations and legislations. And what came to my mind when I thought at first about these questions was a quite recent judgment of the European Court of Human Rights. It is Lenis versus Greece. It was, I don't know if you heard about it, Tamás surely has. It was Metropolitan of the Greek Orthodox Church. That means a very nice religious man, should he have been, who posted an article containing very, very severe homophobic hate speech, containing sentences like they are scum of the society and they should, you should spit on them, and so on. And the European Court of Human Rights declared that extreme homophobic speech is not at all protected by the freedom of expression. So he didn't seem necessary to even investigate whether it was proportional, whether he said it simply didn't fall under the limit of freedom of expression. So what do you think about strategic litigation as a tool?
Yeah, well, finally, I've been waiting. This was the question I was really waiting for. Let me just make clear, so when this is not an official definition, but at least I think there are two types of strategic litigation cases. Both are extremely relevant in the hate speech context. One is when sort of a class action type of litigation. So we have certain agents who are capable of speaking on behalf of the ones whose voice is otherwise not heard. So this is one thing. This is extremely important here because underreporting is usually caused by marginalization and even the unawareness of the fact that rights have been violated, and the whole idea of that justice here is symbolic justice to a large degree. So that part. So that's one thing. The other thing is strategic litigation in a more in the other sense, when litigation is used as a tool for social change and also for legal change. So when there's no legislation or the legislation is inefficient. So the classic case is the American 19th century Plessy versus Ferguson, so which wasn't very successful in the end. But so let's stage a case where someone who looks white but actually legally is not white would purchase a ticket, get on a train, and then casually mention that, well, actually, I'm actually not white but black. And then there's a detective who was also hired by the same human rights organization, arrests that person, and then they go to court. And then the idea was to make the Supreme Court say that segregation is unconstitutional. Again, the case was not a perfect victory, but anyway, that's it has served very important purposes. So this is the kind and sometimes even if there is legislation, the legislation is not implemented properly. The legislation is not. So I think this is a very, and it's also a very exciting area for human rights lawyers. I would like to mention one case from Hungary again, which again I always bring up because I love to mention this, and this is a strategic litigation project that has been initiated by the Hungarian Helsinki Committee, and this is something that. So at the time there was no hate speech. There was no. This is something that I mentioned earlier. At the time there was no hate speech legislation was not enforced. There were some attempts, and the Constitutional Court always said that's not working. So there were no legal measures to talk about. In this case, it was racist hate speech. And then so what the Hungarian Helsinki Committee has basically pulled out of the box, saying that okay, let's try to look at harassment as the legal category under the auspices of which we can tackle hate speech. And basically the idea was these were all mayors, so local, and because then that would have fit sort of the definition of the anti-discrimination legislation, that so members, local Roma, were arguably humiliated, intimidated by the speech of their local political leader, the mayor. So the question of how far can speech radiate to individuals when it talks about a general group of people. Here the argument was made, well, if this is a mayor of a small village, then the locals, maybe Roma living in Budapest could arguably not be really intimidated by a mayor saying something racist 250 kilometers away, but the local ones, I mean, this is the guy who's basically running the local government, then we can try that. And that was actually very interesting, table tennis of various courts, and it has reached a number of places. Anyway, so that kind of a strategic litigation approach, I think, is even has promises for again using law to make both social change as well as actually change within the legal regimes and instruments.
Yeah, strategic litigation is one tool that many human rights organizations use. I think there are a few things that is problematic about it or might be difficult, even though this is an activity that my organization is very happy to and very intensively is engaged in. I think one difficulty is that for any kind of strategic litigation, you need to have trust in the judicial system that it will deliver meaningful results in line with international human rights norms or the constitution of the country. The Hungarian court system maybe at some levels is still trustable in that way, but the highest levels of the court, the Curia and the Constitutional Court in Hungary currently is not an independent body. They make political decisions based on perceived political interests. So even if you win all the way through, you'll probably very likely lose it at the very end. So in terms of the Hungarian solution to it, not very likely. Or you even win it up to the Constitutional Court, and then the law is overwritten, as we saw in the case that was mentioned, the Gyöngyöspata case, but also the legal rights of transgender people, many cases where legislation was changed after a successful court decision, or even the constitution itself was amended to then put in provisions that are in line with the political vision of the government. So in that sense, having a strategic litigation in which you no longer can trust the judicial system to function in that way is very difficult. And unfortunately, when it comes to international fora, you might get good decisions, but then those decisions it takes super long. Again, the time element of the impact of the original problem is not taken into consideration. And then those decisions have to be transposed and implemented. There are plenty of European Court of Human Rights cases now in Hungary which are simply not implemented. What can you do if you cannot even have trust? Well, you might trust the institution itself, but its enforcement in Hungary you can't trust anymore. So strategic litigation is an interesting and important tool, but what the results can it deliver in a country which no longer has basic rule of law? It's a very big question. And the second question, I think, which is a very different type of question, is strategic litigation is a very elite activity. And I think it's very difficult to explain to the communities why that kind of approach of strategic litigation is needed, and it's very the distance between the victims and the clients and the judicial system, especially when using this strategic litigation, long-term litigation, is so big that it's very difficult to convince the communities themselves to trust strategic litigation, because it's so remote and so distinct from what they experience in the everyday reality, that there is this kind of disjuncture between the two. Yeah.
Now I am sorry that I am the third speaking after you, because that would have been my point to raise by saying, but I can only but echo what you have said, that I wouldn't use the word elite, but I would use the word professional community. I mean, the ones who really understand what is law about, how the legal system and how the judiciary is working in that certain country. I think that to achieve a change, and also a legal change or a societal change based on outcome of one or another strategic litigation, you need the wider public to be aware of the fact that there is strategic litigation. What does that mean? Because if I'm not mistaken, strategic litigation is not a European invention. So the effectiveness and everything else, I think, has to be measured on somehow else in the European context. And this means that you need to be aware of also of the fact, and this is I would say the duty, or at least the possibility of the ones who are the agents who are going and who are having this strategic litigation as a tool, how to bring near to the wider public the outcome, and what does that mean? Why is it important? Because if you rely on how should I say, the politically motivated media outlets, then you might go in the wrong direction. So this is the question: how the outcome of strategic litigation can be brought near to the general public, which I mean can be only indirectly affected by the concrete subject of that certain litigation. Yeah, and the other one is that the Hungarian courts are not binding. I mean, it's not a common law system. So, of course, they can, if they want, then they can not. I mean, they are not obliged to use the same interpretation, for example, in a case. And I was very... that was very interesting for me to read about the case you have mentioned, Kata, by the European Court of Human Rights, because it's, I mean, that's not a thing the court is using to do. I mean, without going and saying so strict. So I think that the actual composition of the court is somehow feeling and understanding that we are going in wrong direction in many European countries.
Thank you very much. Louisa, please.
Well, I think this is the question that I have not so much to say about, because I am here very much from the side of the policymaker, the legislator. So I do not have the rich practitioner experience that the other people around the table have. Having said that, I think strategic litigation in the broad sense has a very, very promising potential in terms of, first of all, testing limits to the legislation. I mean, we've spoken today about definition issues and what constitutes and doesn't constitute hate speech. And this is, I guess, also a moving target as society changes. But I think it's also incredibly important from the point of view of the victims and all the minorities affected by hate speech and hate crime, in the sense, as was mentioned previously on this panel as well, that in a society where we have parts of our citizens feeling like second-class citizens or not being taken into account in terms of the perception that the state has a duty to protect them. And there, I think, strategic litigation and showing convictions on hate speech offenses is very important. And this is clearly something that we are not kind of dealing with directly, because I mean, we are not practicing the law. But from our point of view, and even more in societies where we see, I mean, challenges to the institutions, the role of civil society as the real kind of upholders of fundamental rights is incredibly important. So we're increasingly in our work focusing on enabling civil society. And of course, enabled civil society includes capacities also to engage, for instance, in strategic litigation. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all your very valuable inputs. And thank you especially to András for mentioning the Hungarian Helsinki Committee as a as a strategic litigator, even in these faraway times. What I have to add is that these concrete lawsuit was in fact based on a concept elaborated by the then Minority Commissioner concerning the concept of harassment as an instrument to combat hate speech. So I think this is a very, very good example of cooperation, of successful cooperation of human rights NGOs and state actors that are ready to do and capable to do what they have to do. So now at this point I would like to open the discussion to the audience. Please raise the questions that you have or say your comments.
Thank you. My name is Erik Uszkiewicz, and I would like to reflect to this panel and a previous one, because it was just mentioned that there's this Child Protection Act of Hungary, which is attacked before the Court of Justice. And we don't know right now the outcome, but I just would like to put this predicted decision into the Hungarian context, because we have to elaborate this one, I think, in this illiberal or populist regime or whatever we call it, because it's very promising that there's this huge coalition which was mentioned by you, that 16 or 17 member states just joined. against Hungary, but I'm pretty sure that if this decision will something against Hungary, then the political frame will be immediately that those homo brüsselicus, although the court is not based in Brussels, but it's another issue, so those people there in Brussels are attacking us. The liberal forces are attacking us, the last savers of the Christian values, traditional values, and so on and so forth. So just back to this strategic litigation question, or this issue as well, what was raised, I would like to also ask your opinion that how is it possible to reach a kind of wider support from the society when, for example, the main source of the hate speech and this type of political narrative and this type of populist political communication is just the political agenda, and the main source of the hate speech is the government itself. So I think there are extremely strong forces against these kind of wider support from the society. And maybe it's rather a comment than a question, but obviously I'm curious on your opinion as well. Thank you.
Who would like to react on Eric's question and comment?
Yes, there is a risk. I think there is a risk with any kind of social transformation or change in society. There is always a risk of backlash. And I think that's something that, of course, has to be strategically considered. But I don't think it can paralyze anyone from not doing things. Yeah, I mean, if we start discussing issues that are not on the agenda or not, that don't have public support, there will be people who voice an opposition to our human rights cause. But if we don't raise it at all because we are afraid of the backlash and what kind of feedback we'll get, nothing will ever change. So I think it has to be taken into consideration. It has to be well thought through what strategies to use to counter that kind of backlash. But ultimately, unfortunately, that's how society changes. There is force and counterforce, and we only need, or the only thing we can have is hope that the force that is progressive, focused on human rights, will ultimately win. And unfortunately, there's not much other than hope that that will happen. And then we have to do, professionally, to our knowledge, to our everything that we can to make that happen. But I'm also very gloomy. I'm not just on the Hungarian developments, but if you look at political development throughout Europe, throughout the world, etc., unfortunately, the Hungarian government is not such an outlier anymore. So that's an issue that we need to focus on. And I think the fact that a lot of countries did join, that of course raised the profile of that case. It also shows that it's also the symbolic step that I was mentioning for victims, and I think was very important for the Hungarian LGBTI community, that there is a sense that the European Union and many countries are saying this is enough, this cannot happen. So in that sense, there was the very strong message, even if legally speaking it will not change anything in the court procedure. It did have this symbolic impact very clearly, and I think those symbolic impacts are important. It's not just the legislation there. And to be honest, the European Court of Justice decisions are still much better implemented because of institutional reasons and the way that the court decisions are implemented. They are much better implemented than the European Court of Human Rights decisions. So it's just much more likely to have an impact than a similar decision from the Strasbourg Court.
Well, without reacting directly to the case you have raised, I can again only but echo what Tamás had said, that, for example, as an ombudsperson, together with my colleagues, we do nothing else but hopeless. In many cases, we act and we do what we can, also in hopeless cases when we know that the outcome will not 100%, but we have to go further. We have to tell what we professionally think we have to. Well, and this is in line and coherent with all the understanding of non-discrimination and equality and human rights, what all the previous ombudspersons in Hungary have done. I mean, almost the original ones. Okay, so this is why I think it is not a strategic litigation what we are doing in the office, but it is a kind of strategic work in favor of different groups, minorities. So this is, for example, what we can do, and well, we try our best.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, what you said, it is pretty, you know, heartbreaking to hear. But let me just say, if there was a pro-human rights climate, there would be no need for litigation at all. I mean, and that can, of course, that's never going to be the case. If, you know, if men were angels, then we wouldn't need a government. And like, you know, without this government, we could, well, never mind. But on the other hand, I mean, I think that, you know, I think people should just be, and people are doing what they can. Just to refer to a classic, when, you know, again, when Nancy Fraser talks about equality, there's three dimensions: redistribution, representation, and recognition. You know, if as far as symbolic justice is not a lot, you know, recognition is by far not enough. If we're looking at the other two, obviously more important in the terms of you know, of existential consequences, but it's still, you know, not less than or you know, more than nothing. And I think that's as much as we can do with. And I think it's, but also to be fair, I mean, it actually, with the European Code of Human Rights judgments, I mean, I always, when I teach, you know, human rights and start talking about Strasbourg, I always say that I never stop being amazed by the efficiency of the whole system. Again, how counterintuitive it is. I mean, you would not expect it to be as effective to the degree that it even works. I mean, I always said even Russia, until Russia was, you know, left the system, you know, with the war in Ukraine, even Russia made, you know, efforts to appear as a country to be actually in line with. I mean, there are very few Hungarian European Code of Human Rights decisions, but the Hungarian government explicitly said that we're not going to do this. One of those was the Roma, you know, school desegregation, but that was a very, you know, difficult rhetoric argument even for this government to make, right? I mean, you don't get to do that all the time. So yes, that's obviously not going to, you know, bring salvation and, you know, at a fortnight. But I think it's, I'm still, again, with, you know, contrary to all odds, you know, this whole system still has effects that, you know, we should look at the glass as, well, not half full, but at least, you know, a little bit of fluid is still down on the...
Thank you so much. Louisa, would you like to comment?
No, I mean, I think this is an ongoing case. We need to let it run its course. But for me, of course, it's very interesting to hear about how it is being discussed and reflected in your context. But I have nothing to add on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Yes, Peter.
Thank you. I was thinking about raising it or not, but perhaps it's worth raising it, that considering also the changing climate and what Gábor Polyák mentioned in the morning, that some of the regulations in Hungary are applied to protect, say, Christian majority and not the minorities. Would you consider on a European level some sort of application of the imminent danger test, which, if we would conceptualize it in a way which would provide a broader scope, perhaps not only imminent danger of violence, but imminent danger of discrimination, and we could create a sort of a list, could it be perhaps, in your view, something that could provide some more help for minorities, sort of real minorities, without running the risk that the regulation can be abused by sort of right-wing majorities. And I, just as a small footnote, I wouldn't confuse right-wing with conservative. It's really just a footnote. I think that we should really claim that those of us are conservative who takes freedom of speech seriously, and not those right-wing forces which also abuse freedom of speech as well.
Thank you. Who would like to comment on that?
I don't want to underestimate the importance of theoretical debates, but when it comes to hate speech legislation in Hungary being implemented, even the clear and present danger understanding of the law is not abided by. I mean, there are cases where hundreds of extremist groups, after hearing speeches of Roma criminality, we have to stop them, we have to do everything possible to stop them, then those people walking down the streets of Roma people, throwing stones at the Roma people, and then people being hurt, and then the Hungarian authorities finding there was no clear present danger of a violation of rights in that case by those delivering those speeches. Another case, demonstration against Budapest Pride, 100 meter between about 500 anti-gay protesters and the march itself. Let's go and beat up the gays, and then dozens of gays are beaten up. And then the Hungarian authorities say, well, it's not clear whether they were beaten up because those speeches were made. It's not the question of whether clear and present danger is a good enough strategy. Even that a very high threshold is just not kept by the Hungarian authorities.
Yes, thank you. True. I mean, not to disagree, with anything that has just been mentioned. Just to come back to something I briefly mentioned earlier is, and I think when it comes to theoretical stuff, I think that the terminology is something that is worth a little bit dwelling on. Is when it comes and Tamás and I are in the sort of this working group on hate crimes, and there's a big debate, always a big debate, whether where do we draw the lines of hate crimes? Is it the narrowly defined hate crimes when there's stones thrown, etc., or also to include, of course, these are never in the pure shape of only speech, and then the clear and present or imminent danger test. So there's a big debate. Generally about the terminology. So the OSCE, whatever long time published guidelines say, well, they say when you talk about hate crimes, it's not really hate crimes. We're not really interested in hate. What we're interested in is bias. So if it's the simple definition, if the crime is committed because of racist, homophobic, whatever bias, then you get a more severe sentence. We don't need to look into whether you hate or you don't hate, you just don't like, or that's another story. So hate is to be actually not used, and bias should be used. But the reason why I personally am okay using hate crimes is because hate, it's a good word, it's a strong word, we know what it's about. But when it actually comes to hate speech, then it's really hate that we're talking about. And then the question is, when does actually hate become something that should be sanctioned either criminally or in a civil way or another? So that's actually, I think, a very important question. And let me just say this: I always, it's a somewhat controversial issue, but I am really not happy with the way the terminology has gone in the past decades. And I think terminology, the use of words, is, if it's really off the line, then it will have some consequences. So phobia, when it comes to phobia, so homophobia, transphobia, phobia is something that we are afraid, and of course it's not being afraid, but being hateful or being biased and with an intention to discriminate. So that's really an unfortunate use of terms in this regard. And I think the other and again, it's not just being picky. I think the sort of the road that the term phobia has traveled. The next step had been is when how do we define transphobia? And again, the distinction between trans trans criticism, trans exclusionarism, transphobia, all of these are very different phenomena, very different cognitive processes, very different physical or verbal processes are behind that. So even that is I don't think that's actually helping, that we have this sort of this whole terminological scenes that we are using. I don't think that's actually helping a lot with this. And again, of course, this may sound very theoretical, and of course, practice is what we're interested in. Whether people whose rights have been violated, do they have access to remedies? Do they have access to justice? Is there justice in society? Is there justice in the legal system at all? But I think these are also connected. But I wouldn't want to hijack the discussion, but I can't stop mentioning this because this is bothersome.
Louisa, would you like to comment on this?
Yes, I don't have to defend our legal position. I mean, the framework decision goes beyond imminent threat. If we would have limited ourselves to the kind of immediate danger, then we would most likely only be able to cover cases of incitement to violence. So, I mean, where there is a imminent danger of violence, but under the EU law legal order, incitement to hatred is also falling within this criminal law concept. So for me, the concept of the imminent danger would be a limitation, actually, if anything, to the legal avenues of the victims.
Thank you very much. If I may add just one sentence to react on what András said about fear and phobia and hate. I think that fear and hate are very, very close relatives. So maybe this isn't such a bad formulation at all, because very often we hate what we fear from, what we don't know, what we have a very dark picture of, and that is when education, that was very often mentioned by all our panelists today, may come into place. So, and I think we just ran out of time. So thank you very much for all your very, very exciting thoughts. I learned a lot today, I have to say. And also thank you for the audience of being here with us and for actively following these discussions. So have a fruitful other part of the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much for our panelists and for the great moderation of the panels. Thank you, Louisa, for joining us. From Brussels now, we have a coffee break, and then we will continue at 3:45, which is 15 to 4, with the last panel discussion on the artificial intelligence.
Good afternoon, Lauren and Sarah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hi,
Super, we
hello,
can
I
hear you
can
as well,
hear
Sarah.
you.
Awesome, thank you very much. Okay, so microphones are working and you can hear us. Thank you. Then just be patient. We begin in about 5-10 minutes. 5
Okay.
minutes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Hi, Loreen.
Hi, Sarah. How are you?
Good. I hope I can make some good intervention today. I was a bit sick this morning.
I'm sorry, ladies. So this is live, so just
Ooh.
please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for coming back on time. And now we're starting our last panel discussion on the aspect of artificial intelligence and hate speech. And I very warmly welcome our panelists and also, of course, our moderator, who is Kálmán Bence Kis, senior lecturer at the University of Pécs at the Faculty of Law. And also we have here at the table Zsolt Zödi, senior research fellow at the National University of Public Service, and Gergely Lendvai, research fellow at the Information Society Law Center from the University of Milan, PhD candidate also at the Pázmány Péter Catholic University in Hungary. And we are also joined online by Lorin Chabal, advocacy officer at Je suis là. And also another online panelist we have with us today is Sara Siginolfi. I'm sorry for my pronunciation. She's program officer at the EU's Fundamental Rights Agency. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. So, initially, I planned to go with an introductory round first, but since we have this behind us, so we can jump into the merits of our panel discussion. First of all, I'd like to mention that we are going to have three segments of today's panel. The first will be dealing with AI tools for combating and detecting hate speech. The second one will deal with advocacy issues connected to this specific topic, and then at the end we are going to open the floor to questions from the audience as well. So let's jump into our first panel and the first segment of this panel. So my first question would be a combined question actually, and this would go like this. How online hate and its moderation manifest itself, and how AI tools can be used to actually combat this situation and this issue. First of all, I would like to ask Sarah to jump in on this question.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm Sarah. I come from the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights based in Vienna. It's a pity not to be with you in person today, but firstly, let me thank the organizer for inviting the FRA to this very relevant topic. I mean, I'm sure most of you know the FRA, so I will not spend on time on that. You might know us from our large-scale, the EU-wide surveys on equality. Here we are not speaking about hate speech, hate that is happening in the street, let's say, but that is happening online, that is happening through the digital platforms that most of us are familiar with and that we are ourselves users of most of the time, unless few of you are not, which this is rare nowadays. So how online hate manifests itself? Well, at the FRA, we have conducted a research that was published in November 2023, exactly to understand the manifestation of online hate. It was also a way for us to understand how this is assessed and detected in the digital world, and particularly on the social platform. Before I get in some results of this research, I would like to explain a little bit the methodology, because of course the results, the numbers that I will give, they're not representative of online hate widely that appears all over in all platforms, but are very limited to what we have researched. And this also could be seen as a challenge. So how we detect, how we make sure that actually offensive content is seen when it concerns all groups across society, and particularly groups which are protected under the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So at the FRA, we have research for social media platforms, YouTube. So we have looked at the comments that are made on YouTube. Reddit, some of you may know, is a platform that allows for certain types of group to meet, to discuss, etc. Telegram, here we had looked at open chat, so we didn't go into the profile of people, but what was made public on Telegram. And finally, X, the former Twitter. We looked at 4 under-researched languages, so content that was expressed in Bulgarian, Italian, Swedish, and German. Especially, we didn't look into English because, of course, this is the language of the platform. So as we will see, AI might work better on certain languages with respect to others. In these 4 languages, we looked at 400 random posts and a comment from each of the country to determine whether they were hateful. Hateful against whom? For this research, we picked a certain group, and mainly women, people of African descent, and people of African origin, Jewish people, and Roma. So what did we look at? Actually, at first it was not easy to understand what are we going to search in the platform. And we defined, or I mean, it's not a definition, but we decided to look at keywords that were pointing to incitement to violence, denigration, meaning when people are compared, are objectified basically, or they're compared to animals, offensive language, negative stereotyping, and either hateful content. So what did we find? Well, we know ourselves when we open social media, it's very evident that there is a lot of widespread online hate. Out of the posts that we had analyzed, more than half were found as, they were considered hateful by the human coders that we had engaged with. Hateful meant they had threatening type of content, they were abusive, insulting, they were likely to offend, to humiliate the groups I have mentioned before. Mostly, there were appalling level of misogyny on the platform that we have seen, and across the languages except German, I believe. 2/3 of the posts that we had analyzed could amount to some form of harassment against women. They were sexist. They were inciting to violence. We also saw that there was a lot of negative stereotyping against the people of African descent, Roma, and Jews. Overall, we saw that all these posts that were already gone through a forced online content moderation tool analysis by the platform, they contain some form of offensive, hateful content. Harassment was found in almost 50% of all hateful posts that our researcher analyzed. And also denigration was very high. Therefore, how? I mean, as I said, this is not an easy exercise. The posts that we had looked at had already gone through some detection of online hate, and still they were on the platforms. Why so? Well, in our research, we found that it was very difficult for a coder to define what was an hateful content. As we know, there is not a commonly agreed definition of online hate that is cross-cutting for all groups and protected grounds. There are definitions, there are also legal definitions, but sometimes what we found it was also that human coders did not agree whether a certain content was offensive or not. It depends also on our background. Just to be a little bit teaser, if I say all women are bound to the kitchen, is this hateful? Is this offensive? Well, it depends, of course, on the context. It depends on who is saying it, in which situation. But to me, personally, as a woman, would be offensive, mainly because I don't even know how to cook. But these are the forms of things that we have seen and came across. Now I'm saying just an expression or some sort of text that is very easy to say. But if you look at our reports, we mask basically the text because it is highly hateful towards the groups that we have analyzed. Okay, as you know, and then I try to conclude, this is a vast topic. There is a lot of content on the social platforms. So how can Facebook, YouTube, X find out what is hateful out there, the women in the kitchen, yeah? So they use automated tools, and meaning algorithms to support the search. And sometimes these automated tools, they delete themselves the content on the basis of the program, the algorithm that has been established. Facebook, for example, also has publicly available information on the content that has been deleted. And this is more increasingly used by the platform. But again, what Fra has found and discussed in multiple ways and times is that algorithm should be really neutral and fair in respect to the text that they decide to delete. Is it so? Well, algorithms by whom are done? So far, they are done by men or women that are behind the computer. They can start learning by themselves. They are becoming more intelligent. But firstly, they reflect stereotypes that are in our society. And this has to be avoided at all costs. It has to be avoided also because if a sentence like "I am a Muslim" simply because there is the word Muslim gets deleted, this is infringing on my freedom of speech. If this works better, for example, "I am a Buddhist" is not deleted, well, that's also a bit strange. So we need to see how this online detection and text prediction is made. We have analyzed this in another report that Fra has done on a bias in algorithm, where we looked at exactly the issue of detecting text that can be offensive. Now we have the DSA. The platform will need to comply to it as of February this year, and I'm sure we will discuss further about this, but for us it's a very promising piece of legislation that can really support the respect of everybody's fundamental rights online, besides offline.
Thank you very much, Sarah. You have introduced another question that I wanted to pose to the group, so I put it in, and we can move on to Lauren next. So this third question was, and you addressed it somewhat, what are the challenges of using AIs to combat hate speech? You have touched on this, but with this, I would like to toss the ball to Lauren first, and then we are going to move to the panelists that are here with us in the room. Lauren, thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Just let's, for beginning, maybe I can present what Je suis là is. So we are an association, but also a collective. We are part of a larger international network, mostly European, named I Am Here. And our members are simple citizens countering hate and misinformation online in the comment section, directly in the comment section of social media. And we promote a better, more respectful online discussion. Just first, maybe it's important to underline that we are not experts on AA, but we come from an activist practitioner perspective. But because AAS feeds into the content of social media platforms and even into the way they operate, we are directly involved in the subject. So to counter online hate, we need to understand how it spreads. So what we are observing at Je suis là is that social media are heavily impacted by the development of AA. First of all, and maybe I will have the chance to talk more about that when I will talk about advocacy, but it's recommender system. It's a big part of what is important to understand, because recommender systems of social media play an active role in promoting hate speech. Also, there is a rise of generative AA, such as ChatGPT or Midjourney, which is helping to increase hate and disinformation online. But if I can maybe just talk a little about the report of FRA, because I just read it before the conference. The report proves that current content moderation system in detecting and preventing hate speech are ineffective. And we share this view at Je suis là because there is some people just like activists that need to do the work to just be online to see if there is hate speech, and maybe it will have to be the platform to have to say to do this, not activists. So we share. So for us, there is a real need for stronger efforts to create a safer and non-discriminatory online environment. So for the time being, we do not use AA tools for our online activism because we want, and it can be a part of the answer of your question, is that for us, there is no technological magic wand. We have seen how countering hate speech usually has to be done by hand in a one-to-one discussion, and the human factors plays a strong role to have a productive conversation with an entrenched proponent of disinformation and to plant a seed of constructive questioning in the silent bystanders' minds who read but do not participate in online discussion. But however, AA tools could help limit the damage. So at Je suis là and at I Am Here, it's a discussion. We have seen how often quick and big engagement in a conversation somewhere on social media is an indicator for toxic discussion. And we have seen that it is critical to intervene as soon as possible to steer the conversation in a constructive way rather than to let it deteriorate. So we will love to see at Je suis là a tool able to detect in real-time spaces where engagement grows quickly, because this could be very important for us. But what we want to underline and to highlight is that this is an information large social media platforms already have, but they have been managed in an increasingly opaque way over the years. For example, access to tools destined to researchers or civil society, such as Quadtangle for Facebook, have been progressively restricted. So it can be a real good thing if tools can help to tackle hate speech, but maybe it's important to precise that platforms and big tech needs to do a lot more that they are already doing, because they have the tools and they need to practice it. So there is a room for exploration and experimentation, and we encourage this, but we need to be careful about that too. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Laureen. And now we can move on to our panelists here in the room with us. Zsolt, can you elaborate on the issue?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm more an expert on AI than on hate speech. Sorry about that. What we are talking about is basically, just to clear up, because it has been said already, but to make the landscape clear, that we are talking about basically two types of AI, or maybe two basic types of AI. The AI which is combating against hate speech, so all the AIs that are filtering, or either filtering the content, or they are creating the news feed or sort of recommender systems. So that's one group, and the other group is which are generating the hate speech. So these are two absolutely separate things, and we have not been talking about those AI tools that enables us to generate all kind of content. It has been mentioned here, and I think that's as important as the tools that are making that are filtering this content. So there are two types of software. One is the recommender software, which is creating or editing our news feed, or which is actually generating what we see on our news feed or on our interface. That's one thing. And the other thing is that the content moderation software. And the content moderation software also has two types. The one is that which is making all kind of observations and before when we upload the content, and it stops or bans the content immediately, so it doesn't allow to be published. And the other type is when it has been already published and someone is reporting that content as illegal, and then after that it makes the first filter is always, because they are, of course, we are talking about millions of posts per minute, and there's no human resource for filtering all this one. So only a very small portion is getting to moderators, human moderators. And the problems that these software are arising are totally different. So recommender systems are generating filter bubbles, so this is a separate problem. And the content moderation software is again another problem. What is mentioned here is that what is the problem with this filter software? There are 5 problems, and I've just written it, and sorry for just. The one is that it is making mistakes because it doesn't understand the context. It is just sometimes irony. We are talking about irony, and sometimes the wider context should be also must be taken into consideration. Now, what I think is that this problem will be somehow less and less. Of course, we don't know how the AI will evolve, and that's a kind of disclaimer now. We don't know, because no one thought. Even in the beginning of 2022, that ChatGPT will come, and this will be so shockingly, in mimicking, good in mimicking human language. So we don't know how this will evolve. But my prediction is that it will become this will be less and less problem, that it won't understand the context and whatever. The second problem which is mentioned here is that it cannot give justification for the decisions. This will remain. This can be solved, of course, because this software can give some kind of justification or reasoning after a decision, but that is just an imitation of reasoning. It is not a real reasoning, because they are working on data patterns. So they can say that, okay, this was because of this or that, but this is just imitation of the thing, because actually it is a statistical, there is a statistical, some kind of statistical parameter behind the decision, and it cannot be, in most of the cases, it cannot be explained on a plain human language. So it can be
somehow solved that it gives a reasoning which resembles to human reasoning, but it is actually not. The third problem is that the so-called translation gap. That's a very well-known problem from the literature. That actually we have a house rule or a kind of community rule, and it is written in human language, and it should be translated into code. That's a big problem. Who translates the code? What kind of, how he or she interprets certain phrases in the community rule. This is a real problem. We have not just the recommender systems and the content moderation systems. We're gonna live in a world where a lot of things will be managed by software, and it will affect our rights. And it will more and more will be a problem that how this software, because of course the legislation will be done in human language, of course, because the political community will have these rules or codify or publish these rules in human language, and after that this will be translated by someone to code, and that's a problem. And this kind of problem will stay with us. I don't think that it will be. The fourth is that even if we solve all kinds of problems, there is a divided society behind all this speech. So some say that, okay, that's a hate speech. This is a hate speech. I don't know, that women should stay in the kitchen. And some say this is not a hate speech. And the community, the political community, is divided on these matters. That won't be solved by AI. That's because, and that won't be solved even by human moderators as well. And the final thing is, which is I think a very interesting one, but it's not the most important one, but still a very, very interesting one, that there is this phenomenon which is called the algorithmic aversion, which means that we accept decisions from people even if they are making mistakes, because people, human beings are making mistakes, but we don't accept from machines. We don't accept any kind of mistakes from machines, and that's a big problem, because moderation should be done on the platforms by AI because of the quantity, and at the same time we are not accepting bad decisions or any kind of decision which is not advantageous for us. We don't accept, especially those decisions which are not advantageous for us. We don't accept these decisions from machines if they are making mistakes, or we think they make mistakes. That's for all now and later.
Thank you very much. Gergely, the floor is yours now.
Oh, pleasure. Thank you. And thank you for the organizers for this event. Now, it was said that DSA, I will talk a bit about the legislation with regard to this.
Of course, we can move on to that block as well.
Because I'm not quite familiar with the technicalities related to content moderation. Though I'm a bit more familiar with human rights, especially in the online sphere. And it has been said that the DSA is a promising piece of legislation. I'm very, very skeptical about that. Let me ask all of you, have you seen any change with regard to your moderation in the last few months? Has it been easier, more facilitated? Were you provided more reasoning to your moderation? Because my personal experience is that nothing has changed at all.
We've seen only the paying version of the Facebook.
Indeed, and those who made just like I do, the terrible mistake by staying on X or Twitter, we can also witness an incredible amount of hate speech and hateful content, unprecedented amount, and it has been documented empirically, especially with regard to the new Gaza war or Gaza conflict. People who register on Twitter or X now, without any recommendation system, without any content or algorithmic bias, is being put up with or is presented with beheading videos, extreme anti-Semitic content. So these are problems that I don't think that the law is able to handle, and I tend to be a bit more. I tend to be more provocative with regard to what Sarah said, because I don't think it's a promising piece of legislation. If anything, it's a bit traditional piece of legislation. It still uses the human terms. It still thinks that the law is able to attack or not be in conflict with market or stakeholders who are moderating these content. These are not courts anymore. These are not lawyers anymore. These are market players, Facebook, Meta, TikTok, whatnot. And this is very problematic. And the DSA, despite its articles about the safeguarding of fundamental rights in terms and condition and the risk assessment, which tends to be the breakthrough piece or stipulation in the DSA, I don't really see any change in practice with regard to this. And I don't really see that it happens anytime in the future as well. And one more thing to add is that with regard to what Joel said, of course, it's also very hard to traditionally define the difference between offense and hate. Think of John Stuart Mill and Joel Feinberg in this sense. So can we really propose that codificators would be able to do so, and the AI system would be able to do so with regard to the differentiation? I'm asking Joel, I'm sorry to be.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have a general understanding of what regulation says or it wants to say. But before we move on to another aspect of this issue, I would like to give the ball to Sarah to respond, because we have heard a critic to what she said earlier on. So Sarah, the floor is yours if you want to weigh in on this little debate.
Well, I don't... we have to see how the DSA will be put in practice. I think the entry into force is the 17th of February 2024. It's a long piece of legislation, and I am still hopeful that it will help support or regulate at least these gigantic monsters with some due diligence process. I think I'm still hopeful, and I really think that some of the provisions, all of us, especially civil society, can also support the process in the implementation of this new piece of legislation. I mean, I have to say that at FRA, we have not analyzed it yet, but yeah, I mean, when I read, for example, the fundamental rights risk assessment, of course, I mean, there are a lot of questions how it will be done, and particularly how we can audit. I mean, the Commission will have a role on the mitigating measures. They can ask for fines, and also they can sanction the companies. But also what I think would be important is who is auditing, you know, who is actually monitoring how the companies, the big platforms are actually removing, over-removing, under-removing online content. And the DSA can make it possible to access the data. I mean, our research at the time could not access Facebook. We were not given permission to do so, to analyze the data, that the content that is on Facebook. I think in the DSA there is a provision that speaks about access for vetted researchers to conduct audit and to see as well how their algorithm works. So I believe it increases transparency in a way, accountability, and also the role overall of independent research and auditing of how this platform operates is a system that we have in the EU, and I think we should use it at its best.
Thank you, Sarah. Now the floor is Joel.
Just to remark that I think the most, because the platforms are not interested in taking down the divisive content. I'm not saying that the hate speech, but the divisive. They are interested in being publishing more and more divisive content, because that's screen time, that increases screen time, and therefore they can sell the advertisements better, and they get to know the user better because of this is behavior. There is behavior. They are registering like thousands or 10,000s of data point on that, and the more active the user, more active a user is, then the more data point he or she is generating. The only thing which is, I think, an effective tool
to combat divisive content and also hate speech is that the advertisers at some certain point, even if the user is spending a lot of time before the screen, but if it is the content is not is like harmful for the advertiser, so the image of if the advertisers is harmed, then they will not advertise. And I think that's in the past 2 years, or in YouTube and also in X, the most effective way of combating against this kind of illegal, divisive content and hate speech was that the advertisers just stop advertising. That's very interesting, I think.
Thank you very much. I don't really want to interrupt the natural flow of the conversation, so let's move on to the second big panel or segment of this particular panel, and that is advocacy. And my first question would go like this. What is the motivation for big tech companies to combat hate speech, specifically, for example, with AI tools? And the first one I would like to ask here is Laureen. Can you come on in on this?
Yeah, thanks. Quickly, because it's not my subject that I work a lot about, but I think, and it's John, just what was said before, but the main factor for platforms to fight hate is, for me, is reputational risk. The fear that advertiser will leave the platform and that there will be a loss of revenue. There is also the risk of making the user experience uncomfortable and users leaving to other social medias. And again, it's a loss of revenue for them. And finally, there is a risk of prosecution and fines by the regulator, notably the European Commission with the DSA. So, but I'm not sure, and I'm not sure that the priority for big tech is just to limit the toxic content, because it can be very viral and it's very important for it. So I will let others try to have another answer to this.
Thank you very much. Let me stay with you and expand the question. So if we don't know exactly what kind of motivation can we find for big tech companies, what can the civil society do to foster this actually? So can you expand on this or elaborate on this, please?
Yes. So first, I think the first thing is that there is a problem in the civil society that people do not know what artificial intelligence is and how it can impact. If I take, for example, an association which work for defend the migrants, for example, there is a lot that do not that are not interested in the subject of artificial intelligence, because they don't know that it can have an impact on their activities and all the in the defense of their beneficiaries. So the first is maybe to sensibilize and to let people be aware about what is happening on social media, what is hate speech, and what is big tech are doing. So for example, at Je suis là, we try to do this work at the France level and also at the European level, because we are part of the People Against Big Tech Coalition, which is a big coalition which was created in 2021. At the beginning, it was a text, the People's Declaration, which was describing the systemic issues about big tech. So the need to defending democracy, the fact that billionaires deciding of the fate of millions of people, and also the issue about toxic recommender systems. And when you join a coalition like this, you just discover that there are many other organizations that share the same point of view of view. So it can be important. It's allowed to just to talk with other organizations, just to organize and to try to advocate, just to make big tech change their practice. So it's important to explain to the civil society that you are legitimate. It's not possible just to say, I'm not legitimate to talk about intelligence artificial. It's just everyone is legitimate. You need civil society need to understand that their point of view is important, and I think it's important to understand that maybe it's to illustrate. It's like climate change. You do not need to be a climatologist to defend climate policies. So it's the same with artificial intelligence, and it's the same with the practice of big tech. So I think at the moment, big tech, they are really involved in the lobbying at the European level, and it's not the same for civil society, and we need it. It's really urgent that it change. We need more countries to contribute, more underrepresented voices, because if we are a lot, maybe it can have an impact on big tech, because if everyone knows what is really happening under the platforms, it can maybe change the things. And for now, there is very few people and very few organizations that seems to be legitimate. They think they can be legitimate to advocate on this subject, and I think until this do not change, it doesn't change. It could be very difficult to change the way big tech practice. Okay, I don't know if it was very clear, but I think it was okay.
It was. Thank you very much. Sarah, would you like to weigh in on this issue?
Yeah, I think I want to build on what Laurine just said, because indeed we believe that civil society can really help and support also in the implementation of the Digital Services Act. In the Digital Services Act, they speak about the so-called trusted flaggers. These are organizations that should be recognized as trustful and that can report to the platforms. They can notify the social media platforms on certain manifestations of online hate. And what they report, it should be taken more into account by the platforms. This requires funding. We are also aware of that. In fact, we have in our report that I mentioned before an opinion where we point both to funding from the European Commission, funding from the member states for civil society to play this role. But if I also think at any right holder, I mean any user of this platform, in the face of them, we often click consent on things that we do not understand. I mean, if I think of my mother, she would just click consent, you know, on whatever Facebook is proposing. But what it is behind the terms and the conditions, we also need to understand. It can have a very big chilling effect, online hate, and it can magnify hate that exists in our society. And I think the civil society can really bring the voice of people and support them, help them to address the big platforms, the big tech, member states, try to find also how to access remedy when this is necessary, how to really pursue the channels that are available out there. And also civil society, as Laureen was saying, is representative of many groups, and all the groups should be receiving the same treatment in the platform, fair and trustful transparency treatment. And it would be really great if more studies, more audits, more type of research is conducted by civil society groups representing different type of minorities on the platform themselves, if they access the data or request for access and so on and so forth. And really trying to use all the available tools that the DSA is making at their disposal to the maximum, basically. And yeah, I think civil society can do a lot in this respect, and also considering the vulnerable position of any of us, and particularly of the most marginalized group when using this big tech.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Can we move on to Gergely on this issue?
On advocacy? I mean, when I was just thinking about how dystopian and how late capitalist it is that we are expecting advertisers, for-profit advertisers, to help combat hate speech on for-profit online platforms. And really, what's the point of the user anymore? What's the point of law in this case? What Sarah said, of course, I don't tend to be, or I intend not to be very negative towards the DSA. The Trusted Flagger stipulation, Article 21, I believe, is of course a fantastic piece of stipulation, and it opens a gateway for civic societies and NGOs to finally report and have a fast route into moderation. Of course, the vetted researcher status is also a great tool. What I find a bit more problematic is that we should also take into account the political, financial, and regional differences as well. There are not many fact-checker organizations in Central Eastern Europe, for example, not as many as in Sweden or France or Germany. So by this, I would like to say that it would be much appreciated by EU legislators as well if regional assessment would be made with regard to the promotion of civic advocacy against online hate speech, especially in this region as well.
It just came into my mind that it's what we see here is the formation of a new kind of extra state rule of law something, because we perceive the big tech and the platform as the government or the state was perceived before during the Enlightenment or something like that, and we are now developing all kind of tools that how can we control this power. This is very interesting, and I think our civil society will have a very, very important role in this setting, because the government they can represent these vulnerable groups in a more effective way than the government. The government will have some kind of role in this setting, but it won't be like I don't know what, but because there will be of course authorities, but the civil society has to be prepared for like that they have to deal with data patterns, algorithms, and all these kind of things. So this is not just we are representing a vulnerable group, but we have to have the expertise to see that what's inside the machine. So this is something that it's for me. It's like the formation of a new world, a new brave new world where tech companies will be controlled by new control mechanisms, which some of them will resemble to old mechanisms like the transparency as a kind of
silver bullet, good for everything, or at least we think that it will solve everything. It won't solve everything, because if we just see that what's going on inside the system, and we have all these kind of statistics. For example, we know that 95% of the hate speech has been removed before it has been published, as it was mentioned early in the morning today. So we don't know what is this 95%. What's it? But we have to, and also the civil society have to be prepared for this. They have to get this expertise that to handle this data, to handle the algorithms, to be in a position that they can negotiate with the big tech engineers and the decision makers. So I'm not saying, of course, that only the advertisers, but what I'm saying is that in this new setting, the most effective player who can really which was successful in really restricting the power of the big tech were the advertisers. That's what I'm saying, but I'm not saying that they are the only one.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have finished with advocacy, so if it's not a big problem, then I would like to circle back to our previous topic. And I have one last question, actually, and which would go to Gergely first. So how platform regulation facilitates the use of AI tools to combat hate speech, if at all? So this would be my question.
Well, it's a fantastic last question. A bit of a complex one, but I will try my best to summarize it. So from a platform regulatory standpoint, we can see that the DSA, of course, but it has happened before in Germany and Austria as well, with the Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz and the BLG in Austria, that platforms are often encouraged to implement new technologies so as to comply with these national laws and, of course, the DSA. Now, the big question remains, how can we enforce that they really do implement these systems, and how can we control and supervise whether or not these systems are used correctly and efficiently? Now, one big question would be, okay, we see how many posts were removed. Now what? What are we doing with now? So though there is a tendency towards the implementation of newer system, data sets, for example, Ethan Zuckerman, who is the leader of the Center of Civic Media at MIT, is developing a fantastic data set in the US to fight against online hate speech. I don't really see such developments here in Europe, but I hope that DSA, in some way, shape, or form, will help this or assist the development of such data sets that we'll be able to help with moderation and detection of hate speech.
Thank you, Zsolt.
Just a short remark. As far as I remember, the Parliament version of the AI Act contains as a high-risk system the recommended system of the platform. So from this respect, the AI Act could be even more important than the DSA combating against, because then this means that they have to audit the system. They have to have, and this means also a partial transparency of the recommender system. So at least one problem, which is the recommender system, because the other part is the content moderation systems are not included into this, as far as I know. But we don't know the final version of the text, so I don't know what happened with this particular section. Is that, and I think that this is very promising, because if this will stay, this will be within the text, and then there will be a legal ground, at least to have an overview or have a deeper insight into the recommender system of the social media platforms.
Thank you, Zsolt. Sarah, would you like to weigh in on this issue?
I think that we have to use this DSA for asking for more transparency to the platform, as well as when it comes about advertising or what the platform are advertising to us. And I believe that the Commission can also play a role through these reports that they will receive by the platforms, a large platform, on the implementation of the safeguards that are required in the DSA. And the risk assessment can be, I think, a tool. It's clear that I mean, if you read the article, I think 34 of the DSA, it really mentioned that even the online content moderation tools should be should actually take into account all groups and protected ground and the rights of the child. There are a number of rights that are mentioned there that have to be taken into account by the platforms. So I do believe that there are also issues of due diligence here that will be further developed in the future. Yes, indeed, civil society needs to have also the technical expertise. And here, I mean, we all might lack that technical expertise. And this is where we need an interdisciplinary approach, I believe, to the issue of monitoring algorithm or digital platforms on what they are doing. We have also called for this at the FRA, so more exchanges among different communities to speak to each other, to build up dialogue and to support each other in this work. And I think also training of the police, for example, on what does constitute, I mean, hate speech online or illegal content. Training as well of the judges. I mean, there is a way to bring a complaint that ends up in a court in respect to illegal content. But of course, we need to raise this awareness. We need to have the tools. We know that from the data protection field, even when now, if we speak about the GDPR, even the same data protection authorities, sometimes they struggle to follow, you know, all the technological developments that are out there. But I do believe that there are ways to create this synergy, maybe among NGOs more and more, and possibilities of advocacy, even for more funding to get, you know, the expertise that is needed. When I also now at the FRA, we are considering, but it's still in the air, is not really something in our work program. We are considering whether it would be feasible to have a monitoring tool that would allow us to complement our surveys on with the people from different groups. So our wide surveys that we do face-to-face with the different groups to complement with data that is available online on forms of hate crime or hate speech. But again, how feasible this is, how we can ensure that the algorithm is really not biased, transparent, etc. So even here at the FRA, we have this consideration, how we can join forces, you know, with computer scientists, for example, how we can also train computer science on these issues of fundamental rights. These are all open questions that I think the DSA, the AI Act, they help, they give the tools, but then of course the practice has to be built and created.
Thank you very much. I think you have touched upon a very interesting issue, meaning the developing the expertise of national authorities, for example, under the GDPR or under the DSA. And it's a crucial thing, because I don't think that national authorities at this point in any field are capable of doing the investigations and audits they ought to do under law. So it was a very interesting point that you have mentioned. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to ask Laureen whether she has to add something to this segment of the panel.
Yes, thanks. Maybe just quickly about the recommender systems. I think at Adam and at Josula, it's really good, important point. This should be one of the Europe's priority if we want to tackle the next waves of dangerous speech. Because moderation is very important, but we shouldn't only be dealing with the consequences of a much wider, much more systematic problem. We should address one of the root causes of the large spread of hate speech. And as we said, big tech's recommender systems are engagement-based, and inflammatory content is what drives the most engagement. So toxic, borderline content is what social media like Facebook or X push the most. So this requires immediate action from regulators, and I think maybe DSA is a good place to start. And there is already some work on this, some research. There is experts from academia and civil society that are currently work on alternatives of recommender systems, which will be public interest algorithm or healthy news feeds, which will be safe by default. So there are a lot of things to do, and it's a beginning with the DSA, but as Sarah told, just the AA Act is a new step, and there is a lot of things. But if civil society just be engaged, be involved in this subject, maybe it can change the things.
Thank you very much, Lorien. And I think that we are very good on time. So thank you for keeping the time for my panelists. And now we have the opportunity to open the floor to questions from the audience. So my question for you today, do you have any questions? Okay, I think we have been...
Thanks. My name is Bulcsú Hunyadi from Political Capital. I have just one minor question to Gergely. You mentioned a tool which is being developed at the MIT. Sorry, I didn't understand the name that you mentioned. Could you please elaborate a bit more on what this tool will actually be, what it will, how it will function, what its aim will be, and so on?
Indeed, Ethan Zuckerman, who is a very prominent activist and just a fantastic writer. I really like him, and he and his lab develops data sets that enable the detection of certain hate speech types. For example, one is deepfake hate speech, and multiple studies have been published, not multiple, two, but at very high impacted journals, and it seems to be a success story thus far. So if anyone is interested in data sets and its relation to hate speech, I think it's a very good starting point in this regard.
It's like that you have the data set and then you infuse it or somehow into the social media, and then the response is tested, or how it works.
Again, I'm not.
It's
really,
a test, kind of
yeah,
test
I mean,
data.
It's test based in that sense.
Oh yeah, I see.
But it has some novum in it. I'm sorry, I'm not really from the technical sphere. I'm just a big admirer of things like that.
Okay, anyone would like to comment on this question? Okay, then. Any more questions from the audience? Very good. I think we have been quite exhaustive. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Then there is nothing more to say than thank you. Thank you for being here today with us. Thank you for listening to us in this panel. And especially thank you, our dear panelists, for coming here and sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. With this, I would like to conclude this panel. Thank you very much for listening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Concluding remarks.
Good afternoon. Just a few more minutes. My name is Vera Sontag, and I am analyst at the Political Capital, and I am one of the organizers this event. And I have the honor to close this event today. And I will be as brief as possible because it's quite late and it was a very long day. So first, I would like to thank the speakers, the panelists, and the moderators for accepting our invitation. And of course, thank you all very much for actively participating in today's event. And I can safely say that this was a very insightful and fruitful conference, and I am sure we all learned a lot and got to know new information about hate speech. And as Bulcsú mentioned in his opening speech, in the framework for the chat project, we are going to formulate recommendations for different stakeholders like media, civil societies, and decision makers. And in the coming weeks, we are going to working on this policy paper. And of course, if somebody would like to read and comment, we will send it as we will finish the work with this policy paper, of course. And again, I would like to thank you for joining us today. If somebody still not signed the registration form, please do it now. And we highly appreciate for everyone joining us today, and have a nice evening. Thank you.